안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I am the announcer Park Ji-soo. Good morning, moderator of today's second 22 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. First of all, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to speakers and distinguished guests gathered here for 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum and viewers tuned into our YouTube channel despite your busy schedule. Hosted by Ulsan Metropolitan Government and organized by Korea Hydrogen Industry Association, the second 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum will start now. This forum is taking place in Ulsan, a leading hydrogen city in our journey toward eco-friendly hydrogen economy. It is also a venue for networking of the representatives from domestic and international hydrogen industry. Let me walk you through today's agenda. The agenda includes opening speech, congratulatory speeches, awards for contributors, MOU signing ceremony, commemorative photo, presentations for each session, followed by panel discussion and Q&A session. Before we begin, let me introduce distinguished guests who are with us today despite packed schedule. Do Young-sik, Intellectual Property Trial and Appeal Board, Korea Intellectual Property Office. Kwon Ki-young, CEO of Korea Institute of Energy Technology Evaluation Planning. Park Han-seo, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. Lee Yoon-chul, Chairperson of Ulsan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Eva Victorman, Deputy Ambassador, the Embassy of the Netherlands in Korea. From Indo Central Government, Science Park, Dr. Rajendra is here today with us. In the interest of time, after all of your names are addressed, I'd like to ask you to stand up and greet the audience all together. From Ulsan Metropolitan Council, Kim Jong-hoon, Vice Chairman, Baek Hyun-jo, Council Member, Kwon Soon-young, Council Member of Education Committee. From Korea Energy Agency, Director Han Young-bae, Jo Sang-gi, Head of Business Group Developing Group, Korea East West Power, and General Manager Kim Sung-bo, H2 Korea, and James Kim, CEO of Aprotium, Yoo Jung-jae, CEO of Ulsan Daily. Now let me introduce you organizers of this forum. Strengthening the hydrogen industry and leading the effort to materialize hydrogen society, Lee Hyun-tae, Chairman of Korea Hydrogen Industry Association, is with us today. Working hard to make people-centered, people's livelihood-conscious, trustworthy, and communication-centered council, Kim Ki-hwan, Chairperson of Ulsan Metropolitan Council, is in attendance. Last but not least, making the city of Ulsan great and transform, Kim Do-kyung, Mayor of Ulsan Metropolitan Government, is gracing the forum today. And now, let me introduce presenters and chairs of each session. After all your names are called upon, I'd like to ask you to stand up and greet the audience all together. Jo Ji-hoon, Korea Intellectual Property Office. Peter Wellhausen, Senior Officer for Innovation, Technology and Science, Embassy of Netherlands in Korea. Jean-Claude Maji, Energy and New Technology Counselor, the French Embassy in Korea. Russell Wild, Economic Counselor, the Australia Embassy in Korea. and Junbong Kim, Chair of the first session, Energy Environment Committee of the National Science and Technology Council, and Woo Hang-soo, the chairman of the second session, head of Energy Technology Support Department, Ulsan Technopark. We also have many other participants from public institutes, businesses, academia, and the hydrogen industry. But please understand that I could not introduce each and every one of you due to time constraints. Without further ado, let us begin the opening ceremony of the 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. First up, Mayor Kim Do-kyum will deliver an opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Do-kyung, Mayor of Ulsan City. It is nice seeing you all here. 안녕하세요. I'd like to welcome all of you attending the International Hydrogen Energy Forum, which is held in Ulsan, leading city of the hydrogen industry in Korea. Ju Young-sik, head of Korea Intellectual Property Office, Kwon Ki-young, head of Korea Institute of the Energy Research, Park Am-seok, director of the Ministry of the Trade, Industry and Energy, Eva Whitman, deputy ambassador of Holland to South Korea, Kim Ki-hwan, chairman of Ulsan City Committee, Kwon Sun-young, Baek Yun-chul, Kim Jong-won. All the city members, thank you for your participation. Lee Yun-chul, president of the Ulsan Chamber of Commerce, doing the hard work for the economic development in Ulsan. Lee Hyun-tae, president of Korea Hydrogen Industry Association, putting this event together. And all the relevant people, thank you for your participation and hard work for this event. Marking the era of the energy transformation, eco-friendly energy, hydrogen has been ever more important. This forum is to predict market change of the future energy according to the global change and to discuss how low carbon society with hydrogen. Ulsan is the largest hydrogen produced in Korea with 126,000 tons annually, taking up 54% of local production. Ulsan is the established hydrogen energy leader with hydrogen infrastructure from transport to storage to utilization. Especially as a leader in hydrogen mobility, as the global first in 2013, it established mass production of hydrogen vehicles, and in 2018, it established verification center for hydrogen fuel cell. Hydrogen is not the distant future anymore. As you can see, many different modes of transport such as hydrogen vehicles, forklift, ships and trams have been introduced into the market. The global transformation into hydrogen economy, including Korea, has already begun in full swing. In keeping up with the global change, we have to share global hydrogen policies and prepare for the future. Taking this opportunity, I look forward to seeing global hydrogen industry ecosystem being more dynamic, and people in the industry have exchanged their ideas. Once again, thank you for all your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kim Do-kyum. Next, please join me in inviting Kim Ki-hwan, chairman of Ulsan Metropolitan Council, for congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big hand. Good morning. I'm Kim Gi-hwan, Chairman of the Ulsan Metropolitan Council. Marking the second year of the International Hydrogen Energy Forum is very meaningful. I would like to welcome and extend a word of encouragement to experts and stakeholders from home and abroad. My special thanks go to Mayor Kim Do-kyum and Chairman Lee Hyun-tae of the Korea Hydrogen Industry Association for organizing this meaningful forum. I'd like to extend my gratitude to panelists who will give presentations and have panel discussions later. To keep pace with the demand of our time, which is to achieve carbon neutrality, we cannot wait any longer to create an ecosystem for the hydrogen industry. This is because Ulsan has a keen interest in the Ulsan hydrogen industry and is making a heavy investment in discovering and developing the hydrogen industry. And it is my honor and pleasure to invite everyone here and also making heavy investment in this hydrogen industry. Hopefully, today's forum will serve as a great opportunity to exchange trends and information on the global hydrogen industry. And I and my council members, including Kim Jong-un and Baek Hyun-jo and Kwon Sung-young, thank you so much for joining us. We'll do our best in our capacity to make Ulsan a leading hydrogen city with full support. Thank you for taking your precious time today, and I wish you a rewarding, pleasant time. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kim Ki-hwan. Please welcome Ju Young-sik, the Intellectual Property Trial and Appeal Board, KIPO, with a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ju Young-sik, Head of Korea Intellectual Property Office. I believe successful transformation into carbon zero era is one of the most important tasks the humanity has faced altogether. Among these, it's my pleasure to attend Ulsan International Hydrogen Forum hosted by Ulsan City on behalf of KIPO to establish successful hydrogen economy. Despite challenges, I would like to express my gratitude to Kim Do-kyung, Ulsan City Mayor, Kim Gi-hwan, Chairman of the Ulsan City Committee, and all relevant staff organizing this big event. To stay away from fossil fuel-oriented economy, many countries have pursued carbon neutral policies and pay attention to hydrogen potentials. Especially America, Germany, Japan have pursued aggressively for R&D and investment in infrastructure to prepare for the upcoming hydrogen economy. As extension of the hydrogen economy policy, the Korean government has selected hydrogen along with the semiconductor display, secondary battery, aerospace as one of the national strategic technologies, pursuing consistent policy to leap forward to become hydrogen leader. As part of this effort, KIPO has identified technical trends related to hydrogen by analyzing 160,000 hydrogen patents and done its best to share them with the industry. Since 2019, when Ulsan was assigned as a hydrogen mobility regulation-free zone, I understand Ulsan City has established excellent hydrogen infrastructure and pursued hydrogen innovation cluster projects, along with demonstration projects in hydrogen mobility such as tram, ship, and other modes of transport. I hope all these efforts can lead to secure more competitive hydrogen technologies, and Ulsan KIPO will spare no efforts to contribute to the achievement of Ulsan City with the pattern analysis and knowledge sharing in the hydrogen-related core technology field. I truly hope Ulsan's efforts can bear their fruits with the Korea's successful transformation into hydrogen economy and resolving global warming issue. Lastly, I'd like to express my thanks to hydrogen companies for participating and wish you all the best luck. At the same time, I hope KIPO can and Ulsan City enhance their cooperation.
Thank you, Ju Young-sik. Please join me inviting Kwon Gi-young, CEO of Korea Institute of Energy Technology, Evaluation and Planning with a big round of applause. Good morning. I'm Kwon Gi-young, CEO of Korea Institute of Energy Technology Evaluation Planning. And I truly congratulate on the opening of the second Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. And today we gather here with the experts from domestic and international hydrogen industry. I believe this forum is really meaningful, and hopefully this will serve as a great venue for all the experts gathered together to grow and work together to grow the hydrogen industry. And I believe it is very meaningful to sign an MOU today. I'd like to thank Mayor Kim Do-kyung as well as the Ulsan Metropolitan Government for preparing for this MOU signing ceremony. And the world is working really hard. I mean, the industry is working really hard by introducing the Hydrogen Act and also make huge investment in this sector. And also, my institute has developed strategies for the advancement of the industry, and we actually spent roughly 140 billion won in the hydrogen R&D this year. And the key driver behind implementing the hydrogen economy is to invigorate the regional hydrogen industry. And by taking this opportunity, hopefully we can work really together to establish a foundation for the hydrogen economy. Thank you. Thank you, CEO Kwon Gi-young. Let me invite Eva Witteman, Deputy Ambassador of the Netherlands Embassy in Korea, for congratulatory remarks. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Distinguished Mayor Kim Do-kyung, dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eva Witteman. I'm the Deputy Ambassador of the Netherlands in Korea. I've been here in this beautiful country, which is Korea, for 3.5 years now. I'm enjoying it to the fullest, especially after COVID. It's so nice to be able to meet you today in person. And I'm very happy to be in the south of Korea today, whereas normally I'm more in the Seoul area. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here today in the beautiful city of Ulsan. It's an honor because we are here in the city where the Korean hydrogen economy was announced in 2019. And since then, it is astonishing how Korea as a nation became one of the leaders in the hydrogen industry. It became the country with the most hydrogen fuel cell vehicles and installation capacity of stationary fuel cell. Ulsan is the hydrogen pilot city, and it shows Korea and the rest of the world how hydrogen can be implemented in a future without fossil fuels. And this is the future we are all looking forward to. My colleague, Peter Weilhuizen, who is the Innovation and Technology Attaché of the Netherlands Embassy in Korea, will present more in detail later on today about the Netherlands policy on hydrogen. So I will briefly mention something about the relationship between Korea and the Netherlands. You might have heard about the summit between President Yoon and the Dutch Prime Minister Rutte. Korea and the Netherlands have now become strategic partners. We already cooperate on many levels and topics, as we are very proud that we are important economic partners. The Netherlands is one of Europe's largest investors in Korea, and Korea is one of the largest trade partners of the Netherlands in Asia. Our political and industrial leaders meet frequently and reconfirm each time the wish to further strengthen our bilateral relation. And hydrogen economy has been often a topic that they mention, and it is now part of the strategic partnership from the summit this month, which means that both countries will be working together on the hydrogen in the coming years in a more intense way. From an economic point of view, this is important that we work together because we can make money, but also from a sustainability and a climate point of view, it is essential that we further strengthen our cooperation on hydrogen. We are both working on energy transition in which fossil fuels will be replaced by more sustainable sources such as hydrogen and offshore wind. The road during this transition will be bumpy, and it will be full of challenges that we all should solve. And no one single country can solve these challenges on its own. The challenges are too big. We really need to work together. We need to cooperate. So with this in mind, I'm very delighted and thankful that Ulsan City has taken the time and effort to host such an international conference to look for this cooperation. I am also very happy that we participate in the second edition of the forum and the exhibition as the Netherlands. And I hope that this exchange of information and the discussion today will lead to joint projects either in Korea or in the Netherlands that will guide us towards a more sustainable future. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 에바 비트만 부대사님 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Eva Wittemann, Deputy Ambassador. Next, award will be presented to those who had contributed to the development of the hydrogen industry. First award is from the Trade, Industry and Energy Minister. The commendation from the Trade, Industry, Energy Minister will be presented by Lee Hyun-tae, Chairman of the Korea Hydrogen Industry Association, instead of the Minister. Please come forward, Yoon Hong-sik, CEO of Daesung Energy.
표창장
Yoon Hong-sik, I present this award in recognition of your great contributions to the hydrogen industry in Korea. November 30th, 2022, Trade, Industry and Energy Minister Lee Chang-yang. Congratulations. So we'll take a commemorative photo. Please stand at the center of the stage.
수상을 다시 한번
Congratulations. Please return to your seat.
특허청장
Next is commendation from the Commissioner of Korea Intellectual Property Office, Ju Young-sik, IP Trial and Appeal Board. Please come up the stage, and when your names are addressed, please come up the stage. Kim So-young from Halium Industry, Lee Tae-won from FCI, Kim Gon-tae from GT. Please come forward to receive an award.
표창장 부문
Category Knowledge Management. Halium Industry Kim So-young. You have contributed greatly to the establishment of knowledge management, to the development of the hydrogen industry and commercialization to the intellectual property base. So we commend you on the occasion of the International Hydrogen Energy Forum. November 30, 2022, Commissioner Lee Eun-sil.
표창장 부문
Category Patent Contribution. FCI Lee Tae-won. You have contributed greatly to the establishment of knowledge management, to the development of the hydrogen industry and commercialization to the intellectual property base. So we commend you on the occasion of the International Hydrogen Energy Forum. Commissioner Lee In-sil. Congratulations. Category Technology Innovation, GT, Kim Gon-tae. You have contributed greatly to the establishment of knowledge management through the development of the hydrogen industry and commercialization to the intellectual property base. So we commend you on the occasion of the International Hydrogen Energy Forum. Commissioner Lee In-sil, congratulations. Likewise, a commemorative photo will be taken. So please stand at the center of the stage. Congratulations. Please return to your seats.
자, 다음
Next, I'd like to invite the Mayor Kim Do-kyun for the commendation ceremony. When I call your name, please come to the podium. Kim Kyung-bae from Gyeongdong ENS, Wang Kwang-ik from Kovis, Park Dae-yoon, Oppo Rotium, Kim Sang-geun from Wonjin High-Tech. A plate of commendation. Gyeongdong ENS, your company has contributed to market development with excellent entrepreneurship, especially greatly contributed to Ulsan's hydrogen industry development. Hence, I give you this plate of commendation. Kim Do-kyun, Ulsan City Mayor, November 30, 2022. Kovis Wang Kwang-ik, you have greatly contributed to market development with excellent sense and mission, especially greatly contributed to Ulsan's hydrogen industry. Hence, I give you this plate of commendation. Kim Do-kyun, Ulsan City Mayor, November 30, 2022. Opprotium, Park Dae-yoon, the contents is the same. Congratulations. A plate of commendation, Wonjin High-Tech, Kim Sang-geun, the content is the same. Congratulations. Now we'll have a photo op. Mayor, please stand in the middle of the stage and we will take a photo all together. Congratulations once again for your winning the plate of commendation. Please go back to your seat. Next, we'd like to have a time for plate of the recognition who has been greatly contributed to hydrogen industry development. Lee Han-tae, present, come to the podium. Jo Ji-hoon, Kipo, Jung Hyun-seok, Bom Han-pyu, Cell. Letter plate of the recognition. Jo Ji-hoon, Kipo, Autonomy, Driving Technology Administration Division. You've been greatly contributing to the realization of Korea's hydrogen economic society. Our association recognizes your effort. Lee Hyun-tae, President of the Korea Hydrogen Industry Association. A plate of the recognition, Bom Han-pyu, Cell. The content is the same. Congratulations. We'll have a photo of President. Please come in the middle. Face the camera all together. Once again, congratulations for your winning the award. Please go back to your seats. Next, we would like to have a MOU session between Ulsan City and Korea Institute of Energy Technology Evaluation and Planning. Mayor Kim Do-kyum, CEO Hwan Do-kyung, please come to the stage. Please sign the MOU in front of you. This MOU aims to lead to new economic progress such as industry development in the city and job creation by establishing comprehensive cooperation to nurture hydrogen economy between two parties. Now we'll have a photo op. Please stand in the middle of the stadium. Thank you very much. Now go back to your seats. Next, we will have an all group photo opportunity. Please stand by, Mayor, Mr. Mayor and CEO. Stand by, please, and all the distinguished guests, please come to the stage for group photo opportunity. We'll have this group photo opportunity to wish the revitalization of the nationwide hydrogen industry, going beyond Ulsan City. Please stand in 2 rows. Face the camera, please. Now we can take off the mask. So show us your great smile. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Thank you very much. Shall we go for cheering up? 1, 2, 3. Fighting. Thank you very much for your participation. Please go back to your seats. Thank you once again. That will be the end of the opening ceremony. We'll have a short break before we going into the first session. We'll have a 5-minute break and I will see you soon. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에
We are about to start the first session. Please come to the forum and be seated. All the distinguished guests, please be seated. We are about to start the first session. For the smooth progression of the event, please put your cell phone on silent mode. And please make sure you wear the mask all the time.
자, 지금부터
We are about to start the first session to talk about the present and prospects for the hydrogen economy. First session will be the Park Han-seo, Director of the Industry Division from Ministry of the Trade, Industry and Energy. He will talk about hydrogen policy, current status, and future plans of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome in big round of applause. Good morning. I am Park Han-seo from the Trade, Industry and Energy Ministry. First of all, before I start this presentation, this second 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum is taking place in Ulsan, and I'd like to thank the Ulsan Metropolitan Government as well as the Korea Hydrogen Industry Association for inviting me to this session. So since I'm the first speaker, so I'd like to talk about why hydrogen is important and what is hydrogen. So as everyone agree on the significance of a global warming and climate change, especially there is a record drought in Ulsan, and also there is a heavy rain, torrential rain in Seoul. So the central area of Seoul was inundated, and we've seen this news in media real time. So the climate change and global warming are really serious. I believe that all the public is aware of this significance of these issues. And also, many countries, including the European Union, are responding to climate change. So some are concerns that there will be a higher barriers of trade. So we need to come up with a very sensitive and strategies and plans to respond to this trend. So I believe hydrogen is very important means to overcome or deal with global warming and climate change. This is also a key component of our industry as well as businesses. So even though there's some differences, but hydrogen can be utilized almost anywhere because we can utilize renewable energies to produce hydrogen. And also if we use our technologies, and I believe that hydrogen can be a very important component of our energy security. But you need to go through electrical and chemical process to generate hydrogen, but so at this point in time, it is not that affordable. And also in terms of the TOC and also storage, it has a high efficiency and capabilities. And also through renewable energies, So it can produce carbon-free, almost carbon-free hydrogen. So when you think about hydrogen, usually you think about hydro bomb, so it has a bad image of hydrogen. But actually, hydrogen bomb need a tritium, which is difficult to get from the nature. So actually, the hydrogen refueling stations does not have tritium, so it is safe to use. Let's take a look at hydrogen value chain. It has production, storage, transport, and utilization. There are three major categories in this value chain, and there is a byproduct hydrogen, and also natural gas can be reformed. So there is a reformed hydrogen, and also through renewable energy, there is a green hydrogen from electrolysis, and also there is a purple hydrogen. So if you look at the storage and transport, to store and transport these hydrogens, this can be transported through pipelines, tube trailers, and liquid tank lorries. And also, if you look at the utilization areas, it can be utilized for mobility, energy, and industries. And if you look at the energy sector, it can be used for fuel cell generation and hydrogen turbine. And as for the industry, so reduction of the ion, hydrogen reduction of ion, or hydrogens can also replace a clean hydrogen. So if you look at the size of the market in 2050, water electrolysis will be the biggest chunk, worth $50 to $60 billion. I believe we need to focus in this electrolysis market. Let's take a look at the global trends. In 2019, so only Korea and Japan has a national hydrogen strategy. Since then, 24 other countries, including the European Union, announced hydrogen strategies, and by the end of this year, actually another 22 countries are actually establishing hydrogen strategies. So after my presentation, there will be presentations from the Netherlands, France, as well as Australia. So I believe you can get in-depth information about the global trends. So let me just touch upon basic highlights of global trends. China also selected hydrogen as one of 6 major industries in the future. And also for the first time, Japan introduced national hydrogen strategy in the world, and also India need to import hydrogen. So especially liquefied hydrogen carrier, and actually it is advancing in demonstrating this project. Also, it has a goal of becoming a global hub for production and export of green hydrogen. And if you look at the European Union, since the outbreak of the war between Ukraine and Russia, it actually announced hydrogen strategies, and also it prioritized hydrogen in achieving European Green Deal. And also the USA also plan a larger scale incentives as well as investment. So Russia and the Middle Eastern countries, which used to export fossil fuels, they believe there's a great potential in hydrogen, so they also come up with a plan to develop the hydrogen sector. Also, Latin American countries are utilizing hydrogen as an opportunity to revive their economies. Like I said earlier, many countries are coming up with their own strategies and focusing on specific areas and specific sectors of hydrogen. So I believe you will get more details in next presentations. So let me move on to the next segment of my presentation. So with this in mind, actually, Korea also enacted the basic plan of the implementation of the hydrogen economy last year. Many experts concerned that maybe we are, going backward in the hydrogen industry. But the first committee on hydrogen economy announced the plans for a future hydrogen strategies. On November 9th, so let me introduce the hydrogen industry growth plans. First, a measure to establish an ecosystem for clean hydrogen. So let me briefly explain the background, the context of this measure. Since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the energy supply crisis has occurred, and now there is a growing adoption of a hydrogen, and so the use of hydrogen is actually picking up speed, and it is in early stage of growth of the global hydrogen economy. And now many countries are trying to migrate to the producers from the consumers of hydrogens. And also, if you look at the application areas, and now the trend is to move toward a large-scale mobility generation and industries from a small-scale passenger cars and fuel cells. And also, we need to make a transition to a ecosystem based on a clean hydrogen from gray hydrogen. And also, there is a lot of activities going on to establish infrastructure as well as institutions to realize the investment plan in the private sector. And of course, we have to consider the maturity of the technologies and economic viability of hydrogen. So three policies were actually introduced. One is a scale up, build up, and level up. So we call this 3-up strategies. First, let's take a look at scale-up strategy. So this is to make transition to commercial vehicles run on hydrogen from a passenger car. So in the past, it focused on supplying hydrogen-run passenger cars. About 19,270 hydrogen cars were running in the market as of 2021. Now the new administration has a plan to supply 30,000 commercial vehicles running on hydrogens by 2030. And also, if you look at the power generation, this year, about 830 megawatts of fuel cell were introduced into the market. So we have a plan to utilize existing power stations using the method like a mixed burning of LNG and hydrogen and mixed burning of coal and ammonia. And also we will migrate to a large-scale storage and transport. We'll utilize a liquefaction method. And next is a build-up strategy. So we are going to establish an infrastructure so that we can make an easy transition to a clean energy, clean hydrogen-based ecosystem. Also, we are going to utilize a LNG supply chain and utilize the refilling storage stations for ammonia and liquefied as hydrogens, and also utilize the hydrogen dedicated pipelines. And also we are going to introduce a bidding market for hydrogen generation in 2023, and also going to introduce a certification system for clean hydrogen in 2024. Next up is a level up strategy. So we will promote a potential sectors, potential areas of the hydrogen industry. So through these strategies, we believe that its economic impact will be about a 47.1 trillion won, and also it can hire additional 98,000 people. And through this strategy, we can strengthen our energy security, and also we can achieve a dramatic reduction in fossil fuel emissions. And you can see this graph. You can see a changing ecosystem of hydrogen economy, and so we can expedite the process or the speed of supplying hydrogen-1 commercial vehicles. And also when it comes to the utilization areas, ammonia, and many other sectors, hydrogen can be adopted in many different sectors and industries. Next is our strategy to nurture world-best hydrogen industry in Korea. So storage, transport, production is really important in gaining upper hand in this market. Korea is #1 when it comes to the hydrogen application areas like hydrogen cars and fuel cell generation. And our vision is to become a global leader in hydrogen industry and increase our technology level to meet the level of advanced countries in this sector. And also introducing #1 commodities in terms of the global market share. And also nurture hydrogen specialty companies. And for major policy tasks, and we actually selected 7 major areas. And as you can see, electrolysis, liquefied hydrogen carrier ship and transport trailer, refueling stations, fuel cell mobility generation, and hydrogen turbine. And so we make a heavy investment in R&D areas so that we can meet the level of technologies that advanced countries are enjoying in hydrogen industry. And also, we are going to start introducing the demonstration of the 10 megawatt level low temperature electrolysis. And also we will strengthen the foundation of the hydrogen industry by nurturing hydrogen specialty companies. And we will also continue to designate hydrogen industry clusters. And when it comes to the hydrogen experts, we are going to install and establish a hydrogen specialized universities, hydrogen R&D centers, and hydrogen department in universities. And for the hydrogen industry clusters, currently we have preliminary feasibilities going on for 5 clusters, including Ulsan. Also, to address the technical challenges facing our companies, we are going to consider introducing a professional production engineering research center as well, which will be led by the private sector. So we have to discover regulations that block the growth of a private sector in hydrogen industry. So we can run a regulation sandbox to come up with a to tackle the hassles facing our companies in the industry. We believe that we actually select the 5 areas with a great potential, and which are hydrogen mobility, generation fuel cell, electrolysis system, and liquefied hydrogen carrier ships and hydrogen refueling stations. So R&D support, commercialization, and marketing activities will be supported fully so that we can generate and grow a new hydrogen industries. So when you think about the hydrogen mobility, we used to focus on commercial vehicles, not just commercial vehicles, but also tram, ships, and national defense. So we are going to spread mobilities, spread across many different mobility sectors. And also, based on our production and operation track record, which is the world best in a fuel cell area, we are going to also encourage Korean suppliers or component suppliers to enter into a foreign markets, and so that we can dominate the relevant markets abroad. And for the electrolysis system, we are going to commercialize a large scale technologies like a 10 megawatt stack early on, so that we can support the domestication or localization of the supply chain or major components in this area. And also, we are going to work together with the Korean-style hydrogen refilling station models. So we're going to develop the standard for this station as well. So due to time constraint, I believe I will not be able to go deeper to explain our strategies and policies. And if you need more information, I'd like to ask you to go to our website. And if you search on with the keyword of hydrogen economy, then you can see many agenda items as well as strategies and relevant topics on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great speech. It was very insightful. Next, I'd like to invite Peter Wellhausen, Senior Officer Science, Technology, and Innovation. He will talk about hydrogen developments in the Netherlands. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. 안녕하세요. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Peter from Holland Embassy. I'm so sorry. I think I've been living in 25 years, but I think I still need to practice my Korean more. I'm so sorry for that. So I hope you can use the translation device. They are doing a good job. So I will speak in English. Please understand my poor Korean.
From the Netherlands, as I mentioned, I've lived here a long time, as I mentioned, and I'm going to talk about the Netherlands and about hydrogen in the Netherlands. But when you, if you think about the Netherlands, let's first talk a little bit about the Netherlands. Are there some Dutch people known to you? Let's see. Next. There. So these are some of the Dutch people that you might know. In the top left is, I know he looks young now. On the picture he looks young, but in real life he's already a little bit older. Of course, you know Mr. Guus Hiddink. He's from the Netherlands. And the other person is down here, bottom right. There's no picture of him. This is Mr. Hendrik Hamel. He was the first Dutch or first European person to arrive in Korea, go back to Europe and write about his adventures here in Korea. And I always refer to his journal as the first lonely planet of Korea that was out there in Europe. But when you also think about the Netherlands, these are probably also some of the images that are on your mind. Tulips, cheese, biking, and nice canals and beautiful homes and houses in Amsterdam. But there's a lot more to Netherlands than this. I'll show you. Our Netherlands, our small country, we are right in the middle of the EU. It's a very strategic location. I will get back to that later. It's of importance. If you go east to west, it's only 200 kilometers, north-south, maybe 300 and a little bit. Size-wise, I compare it to Gyeonggi-do, Gangwon-do together, plus a little bit more. So it's really small compared to the rest of the world. So let's zoom into the Netherlands. We have some chemical clusters, and that's important when it comes also to hydrogen. There is a chemical cluster near Amsterdam, Rotterdam, the south, also in the southwest, and all the way in the bottom there used to be a lot of mining, but the mining industry changed into a chemical industry, and there is a chemical industry northeast, some chemical. And then, this is not the flag of the Netherlands. This is the flag of our good neighbor Germany. It's very important to us, and hopefully they also see that the Netherlands is important to them, because a lot of things that the German industry uses, whether it's oil or gas or some other materials or components, they come via the Netherlands. There are some inland shipping routes and railway stations. So Germany is important, and also Germany has big hydrogen plants. So a little bit about the history of hydrogen, what happened in the Netherlands. I think it's about the third wave of hydrogen policy development, hydrogen technical development. The first two waves, well, maybe it's not a wave, maybe it's just a small ripple, because it was only focusing on few things, just cleaner cars, and then mainly only the small vehicles, so not much, but now a lot of things are happening. Hydrogen has to be used all over the Netherlands, all over the industry, transportation, homes. And this is basically the system layout that we have in the Netherlands. There's two big parts. These are the big dots in the middle. There is the electricity grid, and there is the hydrogen infrastructure. There's electricity is going into the grid via several ways. There is solar, there is wind, there is electrolysis. Also, electricity from other countries, the UK, Norway, Denmark, Germany. Again, Germany, our very important economic partner. And then, of course, we have hydrogen, and electricity, they combine to each other. And this hydrogen we want to use for just about everything now. As I mentioned, not only transportation, but also heating of homes and buildings. There's a lot of chemical industry. They want to change from fossil fuels to something with hydrogen. We have also steel industry. Just like POSCO, they are looking at ways how to get rid of the coal and use hydrogen in their process instead. And it's not the Netherlands, it's part of the bigger European context. In Europe, we have this Fit for 55. We want to reduce our CO2 emissions majorly, and we need a lot of work for that. So in Europe, they have set these goals. At least by the year 2030, we as Europe, we want to have 40 gigawatts of electrolysis, and with that, we want to produce roughly 10 million tons of green hydrogen every year. That's a lot. And other than hydrogen, of course, one of the ways to get to reach this Fit for 50 goal is we want to save energy as well, and of course produce a lot of greener energy in the Netherlands, or not on the shore of the Netherlands. There's already many gigawatts of offshore wind installed, and new parks are being installed and are being planned for the future, not only for the electricity to use directly, but also for the electrolysis to make hydrogen. So there's several initiatives now happening in the Netherlands. Green hydrogen, as I mentioned, electrolysis, wind, but also solar. There are some solar projects connected to it. I'll show you some pictures later. Another way is blue hydrogen. There's still some industry in the Netherlands that have hydrogen as a byproduct. Just like Korea, also the Netherlands is using this byproduct now very wisely. And the number of projects is increasing, but that I'll come back to later. This is one of these projects that I just mentioned. This is a project. It just looks like a box with some letters on it, but what's inside the box? It's a 1 megawatt electrolyzer, and This makes the hydrogen, and the hydrogen is stored underground. This is in the north of the Netherlands, and the north of the Netherlands, under the ground was a lot of salt. We dug up all the salt, and now there's big caves. And in these caves, we store hydrogen now. And this is one of the test facilities to test this. And this is one of the projects that I referred to you earlier. It's also in the north of the Netherlands. It's solar connected to electrolyzer, so we make the hydrogen here. It's 1.3 megawatt. And this, it does look like an offshore plant where oil or gas is being extracted. It is, or maybe I should better say, it was. We used this thing to get gas out of the ground underneath the sea. The gas is depleted, it's empty, the gas field. So now we are bringing offshore wind or electricity from offshore wind to this platform, and we transfer it to hydrogen and transport the hydrogen to shore. This is also a test pilot because conditions at sea are, of course, totally different than onshore. There's, of course, the salt environment, and that is around there. There's tough winds, high waves once in a while. Even it looks very quiet now, but also the North Sea can be quite rough. And this is a project that is being built near the city of Rotterdam. It is by the company Shell, and they are, let me check here, they are building here a 200 megawatt electrolysis system, and that's just the beginning. This 200 megawatt they want to have installed by the year 2025, then it should be operational. Once it's running, they are planning to add another 200 and even go further. And they used offshore wind and electricity to make the hydrogen here. So the Netherlands, now you see that we are producing or want to produce hydrogen, but it's not enough. We need to import hydrogen as well for our own use. So as the Netherlands, we want to become kind of the hub in the northeastern parts of Europe. So we get hydrogen from via ship or via pipe from other parts of the world, bring it into the Netherlands and bring it to our industry, but also bring it to our neighboring countries like Germany. So we are building this national infrastructure of pipes already. I think there's already 1,000 kilometers of pipe already available in our country. Remember, we are 200 kilometers this way and 300 and a little bit kilometers this way. But still, but already we have 1,000 kilometers of hydrogen-dedicated pipes. And these pipes go through the Netherlands, but as you can see, they go also to the eastern parts, to Germany, and to the southern parts towards Belgium, and then on downward to France. And then if we zoom out into the countries around us and to Europe, this is what the pipelines of Europe should look like in the future for hydrogen. Because it's not one thing that the Netherlands does by itself. We need other countries around us. We need other countries on the other side of the world, like Korea, to help us here. And to zoom back into, this is the picture on the left, on the right side is this picture about storing hydrogen underground in this empty salt cave. So we are, once we have this, we have many different projects to use it. Of course, the easy projects, the obvious projects, putting it in cars and trucks and buses, but also, as I mentioned, the industry. I'll show a few pictures of some of the projects. This is a bus on the right, and this is on the red one. That is a garbage truck that is running on hydrogen in the Netherlands. Hydrogen fueling stations, we have 13 at this moment, and it's growing. 13, I know it's not a lot, but we also need some more hydrogen vehicles. I'm sure that Korea is willing to send or sell some of their Hyundai hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to the Netherlands, we are open. Some more heavy equipment, on the right, yeah, it's obvious it's a big digging thing and a big tractor on the left, the blue one. We are also experimenting or looking at ways how to heat homes with hydrogen, and this is an example, a condensing boiler in a home in the Netherlands. And for this, of course, we need a lot of research, and the Dutch government is spending a lot. And what the biggest project is, or the biggest funding project in the Netherlands is called Groen Vermogen NL. In short, research on hydrogen, research on many different parts of hydrogen. And they were only focusing on just developing things in the Netherlands, but we are talking with them to also open up some funding, some bilateral funding possibilities for joint projects, for joint R&D projects with other countries, for example, like Korea. And hopefully we can start with that soon. Then the other one that I want to mention is ECCM. That is really focusing on the industry. How can we convert industry? How can we make sure that industry uses less or no fossil fuels and move towards hydrogen? So if I should summarize the Dutch hydrogen in one slide, it's going to be this. I will not read everything to you, but the important thing is we want to have 11 gigawatts of offshore wind that can help make hydrogen for us. We want to expand our hydrogen pipelines. We have 1,000 kilometers, but we want to go to more than 100,000. Yeah, we have 1,000, but we want to go to more than 100,000 kilometers of pipe. And one of the ways that we want to do it is convert the existing natural gas pipe to hydrogen pipe. It's kind of, in Korean, the 도시가스 pipe to hydrogen pipe. If you're interested to learn more about what Dutch companies are into this business, I would suggest that you take a picture of this QR code. It will link you to a report with more than 100 different Dutch companies. The QR code should also be in your booklet. If you also lose your booklet, you can visit the exhibition downstairs. As the Dutch Embassy, we set up a small booth. We are number B11. Please find us there, and then we can introduce you to some of the Dutch companies that we have. Because, as I mentioned, the Netherlands, we cannot do it by ourselves. We need other countries, and we do want to work with Korea. As our Deputy Ambassador mentioned earlier today, there was this strategic partnership signed between Netherlands and Korea on the highest level possible. And they decided hydrogen is one of the most important topics that we have to work on together. It's doing research together, it's doing projects together, it's doing exchange of knowledge, exchange of policy information. We need each other. And if you're interested to read more about all the projects that I mentioned, if you scan this QR code, there's a list of more than 100 different projects that the Netherlands is working on at this moment or is planning. Also, if you want to know more information about these projects, please do visit us downstairs, B11, and then we can help you further to get connected to those projects as well. So this is my last slide. I would like to thank you for your attention. I also thank you for the opportunity to show what the Netherlands is doing and wants to do. One of the things that I really, really hope we, as the Netherlands, can do with you, Korea, is work together on improving our hydrogen knowledge, our hydrogen infrastructure, on our hydrogen equipment, so that we can move faster than we want towards a society where hydrogen is one of the major energy carriers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter Wellhausen, Senior Officer of Science, Technology, and Innovation. The next speaker is Lesin Lapointe, First Secretary of Embassy of Canada in Korea. He will talk about Canada's policy on the hydrogen industry. He will join us virtually. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bonjour, annyeonghaseyo. My name is Régine Lapointe. I am First Secretary and Trade Commissioner at the Embassy of Canada to South Korea. It is really a great pleasure to be with you today at the 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum to present Canada's hydrogen strategy and how it is being implemented. Before I continue, I would like to express my appreciation to Ulsan Metropolitan City and Mr. Lee Hyun-taek, President of Korea Hydrogen Industry Association, for inviting me to speak at this session. Today, more than ever, like-minded countries share a determination to work together to accelerate the global energy transition, safeguard international energy security, and address climate change. And there is no doubt that recent shocks to global energy markets have only reinforced hydrogen as a top priority for Canada, but also for the world. And this is why hydrogen is an important part of Canada's plan for a sustainable economic future. And this is not just for the domestic opportunities that hydrogen represents in terms of emissions reduction, but also for Canada's enormous potential to become a leading exporter, providing clean energy to countries around the globe. And I believe the hydrogen story really is a Canadian story. Canada has been a world leader in hydrogen for more than a century, and our industry is already supporting hydrogen deployment around the world. Canada has been an early mover in the hydrogen space. We are already one of the global top 10 hydrogen producers. And with many years of research and development, we are also a leader in innovative hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. In fact, the first hydrogen buses produced by Canadian company Ballard were featured at the 1986 World Expo in Vancouver, British Columbia, almost 40 years ago. And as we speak, Canadian fuel cells propel more than half of the world's hydrogen bus fleet. And if you look at any country around the world that is deploying hydrogen and fuel cell technologies, you will find that they are using some aspect of Canadian technology or intellectual property. And for Canada, hydrogen really is the nexus between energy security and environmental stewardship. In that vein, Canada's hydrogen strategy is focused on the benefits for the overall economy, with the intention to spur investments and strategic partnerships across the country and also beyond our borders. And while electrification of our economy is a logical first step to decarbonize nationally, we recognize that hydrogen will play a key role in hard-to-abate sectors, such as transportation and industry. And Canada has several advantages as a supplier of choice for clean hydrogen. We have an abundance of low-carbon hydrogen feedstock, including low-carbon intensity grid, fresh water, and fossil fuel reserves combined with carbon capture, utilization, and storage expertise. We boast leading technology companies, as well as an established energy sector with highly skilled workforce, and supporting infrastructure. And we are also in proximity to all major international markets in North America, Europe, and in Asia. All these factors combine to make Canada one of the top global producers of hydrogen today, with comparatively advanced infrastructure and production capacity already existing in Western Canada. And if we look to the future, Canada has the potential to produce large amounts of low-cost, low-carbon intensity hydrogen in excess of domestic demand, with estimates of up to 50 billion Canadian dollars in hydrogen-related exports by 2050. So we are building on our solid foundation to create an environment that fosters innovation and investment in the future hydrogen economy. The hydrogen strategy for Canada that we released in 2020 provides a plan to achieve this. It includes 32 recommendations across 8 key pillars of action to ensure that the full opportunities represented by hydrogen are realized. First is strategic partnerships that are going to be critical. Government, industry, academia in Canada will work together to further develop the hydrogen industry and integrate hydrogen into our energy mix. And until the technologies are cost competitive, government will play a key role in de-risking investments. We also have codes, standards, and regulation that will ensure new technologies can enter the market safely and effectively. And continued innovation will drive down cost and improve performance, ensuring Canadian companies remain at the forefront of technology development. We also know that policies will need to build around ensuring hydrogen is central in energy transition and climate policy, so that we can provide the long-term signal to lock in private sector investment. And of course, the public and clients are drivers for industry decisions. Canada will therefore also work to build public knowledge and confidence in hydrogen to help accelerate adoption by private partners. And we will continue to seek international collaboration to export our hydrogen and technologies, and also to provide a competitive market for foreign direct investments, including Korean investments. And finally, our approach will be tailored to the strengths and advantages of each jurisdiction in Canada, providing diverse opportunities for partnerships and investment. So virtually every province in our country has an interest in hydrogen and also the capability to produce it. Hydrogen hubs are being developed across the country, with ports on both our east and west coasts, which are preparing for exports. Focusing on the western part of Canada, the province of British Columbia has established an office to rapidly expand hydrogen deployment and streamline projects from proposal to construction. This BC Hydrogen Office will work with federal and local governments to help attract investments and simplify the multi-jurisdictional review and permitting processes. Moving to Alberta, this province is already home to the largest hydrogen cluster in North America in the city of Edmonton. It currently produces ammonia and methanol and exports it by rail to the United States, mainly for non-energy purposes at this point. And we believe that rail provides a near-term opportunity to export low carbon intensity hydrogen to both North American and Asian markets by linking Alberta production projects to the West Coast ports. Methanol and liquid hydrogen carriers are also being explored by investors in Alberta. In fact, the Alberta Hydrogen Roadmap, published by the Alberta government, estimates an exporting potential of 10 million tons of clean hydrogen per year to international markets by 2050. Now let me turn to some of the hydrogen production projects with a focus on the western part of Canada, given the export potential for Asian markets. In British Columbia, in addition to smaller scale projects to provide local hydrogen supply or solution, major investments are being made, including some of the largest proposed low carbon hydrogen production projects in the world. For example, Renewable Energy Canada Corporation's Sundance Hydrogen Project intends to blend hydrogen into the natural gas pipe transmission system, including for exports to the United States. Renewable Hydrogen Canada's Corporation Pacific Hydrogen Canada project includes renewable natural gas and hydrogen exports to Asia. And finally, Trigon Pacific Terminals, which is Prince Rupert's second multi-commodity loading berth, is under development with a particular focus on exports of reduced and zero carbon hydrogen in the form of ammonia. Turning now to Alberta, several large-scale hydrogen projects are also being developed. Recently, Air Products Canada confirmed the building of the largest net zero hydrogen plant in the world, with capacity to produce up to 100,000 tons of hydrogen per year when fully operational in 2024. Petronas and Itochu are also working on the project to export ammonia to Asia via ports in British Columbia, and this project is set to commence production in 2027. Mitsubishi and Shell are also developing an ammonia export project to Asia, with production expected to start before 2030. And finally, I would note Nautical Energy's Net Zero Blue Methanol project, which is expected to be operational in 2025. And at the same time, as you can see from this chart, demand for Canadian expertise and technologies is growing. Canadian companies such as Ballard, Hydrogenics, and Loop Energy are already exporting their clean hydrogen technologies around the world, and we are seeing increasing partnership also with Korean companies. Since releasing the strategy almost 2 years ago, Canada has been focusing on its implementation. To operationalize our strategy, we have developed a number of programs and activities to support the build-out of the hydrogen supply chain in Canada. We are committed to ensure that Canada remains a top destination for businesses to invest in the energy transition, keeping Canada competitive, and building on our world-class value proposition. In the 2022 fall economic statements that the Government of Canada released earlier this month, we announced the establishment of the Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit. This is a refundable tax credit of up to 40% based on the life cycle carbon intensity of hydrogen, and will serve to support investments in clean hydrogen production. We also announced the launch of the 15 billion Canadian dollars Canada Growth Fund, through which the Government of Canada will make investments in order to attract private sector participation in Canadian projects to help seize the opportunity provided by a net zero economy. Once it is established in the coming months, the Canada Growth Fund will be able to support hydrogen projects through a range of investment instruments, including concessional equity or debt, contract for differences, and offtake contracts to draw in private investments to projects and companies. Now, in addition to these new measures, Canada continues to support clean hydrogen through the 8 billion Canadian dollars Strategic Innovation Fund Net Zero Accelerator, through our Canada Infrastructure Bank, and through Canada's $1.5 billion clean fuel funds. Now, these measures and others that will be announced in the near future will position Canada as a competitive and attractive destination for investment and offtake, including for the Korean energy market. Now, Canada has a growing number of international partnerships and agreements, and we have been collaborating with countries around the world, including through various multilateral fora. For example, in 2019, Canada led the development of a new hydrogen initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial, fostering global collaboration and also ensuring hydrogen's role in the global energy transition remains on the radar of global energy ministers. And most recently, we signed a declaration of intent with Germany, committing our two countries to collaboration on hydrogen exports. Canada and Korea are close partners, and we share many common goals with respect to the fight against climate change and the transition towards net zero. We both recognize that hydrogen and its derivative will play an essential role in decarbonizing our society while meeting global energy needs. And we are also working to seize economic opportunities that will flow from unlocking hydrogen's potential as one of the pathways towards a low carbon economy. And it is clear from our perspective, we are keen to increase collaboration with Korea and build upon our existing energy partnership, especially on hydrogen, but also to explore policies related to hydrogen, as well as carbon capture, smart grids, and energy storage systems, amongst others. Canada and Korea have many areas of potential collaboration in the hydrogen sphere, and we have listed a few examples on this slide. These are by no means exhaustive, and one of the ways we could define those areas further would be through collaboration on a joint study on hydrogen supply chain. We look forward to the opportunity to welcome Korean stakeholders at the Canada Hydrogen Convention, scheduled to take place April 25th to 27th, 2023 in Edmonton, Alberta, which is home to North America's largest hydrogen cluster. We will also be hosting HIF South Canada, the annual International Hydrogen and Fuel Cell event in Vancouver, British Columbia, June 5th to 7th, 2023. Both of these events will provide fertile ground to further advance bilateral cooperation between our two countries. You know, it is clear that hydrogen's moment has come. And I believe that the hydrogen economy has the potential to redraw the global energy map. By working together, leveraging our strengths, I'm confident that we can build on the global momentum to create a clean energy future and strengthen both of our economies. And as you know, 2023 will mark the 60th anniversary of Canada-Korea diplomatic relations. And we look forward to positioning our relationship into a stronger, cleaner future. Thank you. Merci. 감사합니다.
네, 라이브로 참여해주신
Thank you very much for the great insight. Next, we'd like to invite Jean-Claude Maggi, Council of the Energy and New Technology. He will talk about France's hydrogen strategy. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. Good morning for everybody. So I am Jean-Claude Mazy. I am nuclear counselor at the Embassy of France and also in charge of energy and new technology for the embassy. So for today, I would like to give you, by this presentation, a brief overview of what is the French hydrogen strategy. So first, I would like to give you some words about what is today. What is today our current energy situation in France? As you may know, France, the French electricity mix is totally or not totally, excuse me, largely dominated by nuclear energy because our electricity productions coming from nuclear represent between 70% to 75%. But in the same time, the share of renewable energy is growing. Today, renewable energy is close to 20%. So this mix enables our country to decrease very largely the share of fossil energy that represent today 8%, and with an objective which was to close our last coal power plant by 2020. But unfortunately, I have to tell you that this objective has been postponed because of the war on Ukraine. And secondly, very recently, I don't know if you hear that, but the French government even decided to restart coal power plants that had been switched off a couple of years ago. In terms of nuclear energy, our fleet represents 56 reactors spread over all France. And you can see on the graph that thanks to this electricity mix, today France is one of the OECD countries that emits the less CO2. In Europe, we are just behind Sweden in terms of CO2 emission. So coming from this situation, in 2015, France, the French government published a law, the Energy Transition for Green Growth, that give some important objective, like achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is the same objective than Korea took also, and to diversify our electricity mix with a view to increase energy resilience. And the two objectives are first to increase renewable energy to reach 40% in 2030, and to decrease the share of nuclear energy by 2030 until 50%. And we know that achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 will require a major decrease of energy consumptions. So in France, we work a lot of energy efficiency in construction. We have to develop more renewable energy. We have to limit fossil energy and to also increase carbon sinks. You can see in the center of the slide a graph that has been constructed by EDF, our electricity provider in France. This graph is coming from a simulation that has did EDF, and you can see in this graph that around 2015 the situation will be that France will need more electricity to support our energy transition. It's why you may know that in last February, the President Macron decided to launch a project to build 6 to 8 nuclear reactors. This decision comes from this simulation that shows that the different movement of energy production will create a zone when we will need more electricity. Another consequence of this situation will be that we will depend more on energy, on hydrogen, and we decided also to build an hydrogen economy that will have a key role in the future, mainly by contributing to the decarbonization of industry mainly, and also for the mobility. In 2021, a strategy has been published by France, which give these priorities. First, as I said just before, working on decarbonization of our industry, to scale up electricity market, to develop more clean hydrogen for heavy transport, and to support R&D and demonstrator on different type of components. This strategy has to be supported by funding of near 9 billion of euro for by 2030. In terms of roadmap until 2030, as you can see here, the supply of low carbon hydrogen will reach near 700,000 tons by year. It's not a lot in comparison. I think that for Korea, it's more near to 4 million of tons. These 700,000 tons of by year will come mainly from nuclear energy, and will be used for decarbonization of industry, or for a third for transportation. And you can see that here that we will work mainly on electrolyzers, and we think today that we will need 37 until 60 terawatt-hour of electrolyzer to support this roadmap. 37 until 60 terawatt-hour represent between 4 to 6 nuclear reactors. So EDF, our electricity provider, is one of the world is one of the companies that has the main production of electricity, and obviously this company decided to work toward the production of hydrogen. And in last April, EDF published a roadmap with three main objectives that for 2030, which include deployment of 3 gigawatts of electrolyzer by 2030, with an objective to become a European leader in low carbon hydrogen generation. As I said before, for France, producing low carbon hydrogen means using electrolyzer and nuclear electricities. And EDF has an objective to invest until 3 million euro toward low carbon hydrogen R&D. Finally, it's my last slide. I wanted to focus on about what the European countries are doing to support this strategy. Each country has its own strategy, but you may know that inside the European Commission there are a mechanism called Important Project of Common European Interest, IPCI, This IPCI has the objective to promote a project of transnational interest of strategic area and also to support research. In terms of funding, the European Commission has already approved near 5 billion of euro for hydrogen R&D project, or regarding France, 10 IPCI has been already improved by the European Commission last 16 July. It's my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 자클로드 마지 에너지 신기술 참사관님 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the insight. I would like to invite the fifth speaker, Russell Wild, Economic Counselor from Embassy of Australia in Korea. He would like to talk about hydrogen development in Australia. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. As introduced, my name is Russell Wild. I'm the Economic Counsellor at the Embassy of Australia. I'll start off just by talking a little bit about Australia's electricity generation mix. You'll see here, this is a chart over time of our electricity generation mix. And in 2021, about 29% of Australia's electricity came from renewable sources, compared to less than 8% back in 2001. You'll see here in the chart that the share of Australia's electricity coming from coal has fallen from about 80% at the beginning of the century to just over 50% in 2021. So how have we done this? How have we increased the renewable share and lowered our reliance on coal? You see here the largest contributor has been the increase in solar. It's grown from virtually nothing in the early part of this century to around 27,000 gigawatt hours now. About 2/3 of this is from rooftop solar, which are solar panels on the roofs of people's homes. As you might know, in Australia, most people live in individual houses, and there are about 3 million houses that have solar panels on the roof, which is about 1 out of every 3 houses in Australia. The next largest contributor is wind. Again, you'll see it's risen from virtually nothing to around 25,000 gigawatt hours today. We also have existing hydroelectricity generation, but as solar and wind have grown, the share from hydroelectricity has fallen. This is a summary over time of our electricity generation mix. See in the column on the right-hand side, the average annual growth of renewables in our electricity generation mix is about 10%. The fastest growth is in solar, with an average annual growth rate of 33%. And in that same period, over the last 10 years, the electricity generated from fossil fuels has fallen by about 1.5% on average per year over those 10 years. As you might know, Australia has a number of different states and territories, and our renewable generation of electricity varies depending on which state you're talking about. It's virtually 100% in Tasmania, which is the small island at the bottom of Australia, around 2/3 in South Australia, which is in the bottom of Australia in the middle, and then around 1/3 in Victoria, and then the figures fall from there. So it depends on what state you're in of Australia, and it depends on the percentage of renewables in electricity generation. Now, all this sounds very positive, and we expect the trends to continue. But if you look out at the bigger picture, Australia and the world still have a long way to go. The figures I was just talking about are for electricity generation only. But there's a lot more to energy than just electricity. There's energy for transport, there's energy for manufacturing and mining, then there's the energy used by households for gas in heating and gas that's used for cooking. Also, Australia exports a lot of energy, Primarily, it's coal and natural gas. In the chart on the right, you'll see that our net exports of energy far exceed our consumption of energy. Over 90% of our coal production is exported, as is around three-quarters of our natural gas production. When you add that all up, only 2.4% of the total energy that Australia produces comes from renewable sources. The rest, over 95% of the energy Australia produces, still comes from fossil fuel sources. There's still a long way to go for Korea as well. The chart on the left-hand side is energy consumption in Korea since 2006. You'll see that the share, the grey bar, is the share coming from fossil fuel sources. It has barely changed since 2006. In fact, I can tell you the share has marginally increased. And so the share of renewables has also increased, that's the green, but that's essentially just replaced a reduction in the share from nuclear. So it's really no surprise that since 2006, as the chart on the right shows, Korea's emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, have increased since 2006. Of course, Korea doesn't have the same renewable energy potential as Australia. It lacks the land and the sun and the wind that is needed for large-scale production of renewable energy. Turning to the world, you see on the chart on the left that around 7% of global energy consumption comes from renewable sources. Around the same share is from hydro and a smaller share than of nuclear. Nuclear is the pink and hydro is the blue. Again, global energy consumption, the vast majority still comes from fossil fuels, over 80%, compared to about 86% in 2006. So again, it's really no surprise that global emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, are higher now than in 2006, as shown in the chart on the right. Interestingly, the highest growth is the grey, which is the Asia-Pacific region. So sorry to give you all those problems, but what's the solution? Well, part of the solution is energy efficiency, which is using less energy. But most of the main work has to be done by reducing our reliance on fossil fuel sources and shifting to non-fossil fuel sources. Now, some countries like Australia have an excess of sun and wind and the potential for large-scale carbon capture and storage. Those countries like Australia have the potential to produce low-emissions energy far in excess of what they could ever need. Some other countries, like Korea and Japan, through no fault of their own, do not have the same potential. So what we really need to do is have some way of moving this low-emissions energy from the countries that have it, like Australia, to the countries that don't. And that's really a good way to think about hydrogen. It's just a way of moving low-emissions energy from one place to another. And for green hydrogen, it's just a way of moving the sun and the wind energy from, say, Australia to Korea. So Australia has several competitive advantages that explain why it can produce green hydrogen on a global scale. We have vast renewable energy resources. We have more sun and wind than we could ever need. We have 33,000 kilometres of coastline and extensive groundwater resources, which provides the necessary water. Now, the map here just concentrate on the light and the green shaded regions. These are the regions that are most prospective for green hydrogen production in Australia, given our current infrastructure limitations, including pipelines. So the light and the green areas of Australia cover about 350,000 square kilometres. That's 3 times larger than Korea and around the same size as Germany. In addition to this monstrous area of land suitable for green hydrogen production, Australia also has a proven history as a reliable global energy exporter with high quality infrastructure. We have a strong track record of reliability and safety and extensive experience in the transport of liquefied gas as one of the world's largest exporters of LNG. Not only does Australia have the physical potential to become a major green hydrogen supplier, it also promises to be a low-cost supplier. The chart on the right is taken from Korea's first basic plan for implementation of the hydrogen economy. You'll see there that for 2030, that plan estimates a cost of $2.11 per kilo for green hydrogen from Australia, compared to $2.39 from Saudi Arabia and $2.72 from the UAE. For 2050, the plan estimates a cost of $1.55 per kilo for green hydrogen from Australia, compared to $1.72 from Saudi Arabia and $1.95 from the UAE. To take advantage of this potential, Australia has a number of hydrogen projects in progress and planned. You'll see they are all around Australia, of course concentrate on the coastlines because of the access to water and also the access to ports. There are a number of them in the Pilbara, in Western Australia. I don't know if this works. The Pilbara, which is around in this region here, this is the location of Australia's iron ore production, and also the location of a number of massive deep water ports. It also happens to be blessed by extensive sun and wind. There are also projects down here in South Australia and also in Tasmania, the small island at the bottom. And a large number of projects against this area, which is the populated east coast of Australia. You'll see in the booklet, I have 3 slides on projects in Australia. Do not worry, I don't intend to go through all of them. I'll just concentrate on a few. This first one here is the Asian Renewable Energy Hub. This is located, as I said, this is in the Pilbara, in our iron ore producing area in West Australia. BP recently acquired a 40% equity stake in this project and will be its operator. The plan is for 26 gigawatts of wind and solar over 6,500 square kilometres. About 3 gigawatts of this will be used to power the large energy users in the Pilbara, primarily our iron ore mines, the rest for the production of green hydrogen and ammonia, with volumes of up to 10 million tonnes per annum of ammonia from this project, obviously looking for investment and for offtake. The next project, this is the Bell Bay Hydrogen Project in Tasmania, down the bottom here. As you saw earlier, Tasmania produces virtually 100% of its electricity needs from renewable sources. This project is led by Origin Energy, which is an electricity supplier in Australia, and the plan is to produce renewables-based ammonia for export around the world. The next project is in Queensland. I'd like to acknowledge the presence here of Ryan Freer, who is the head of Trade and Investment Queensland in Australia. So if you're interested in this project, please speak to him. This is a project located on Gibson Island, which is near Brisbane, the capital of Queensland. Currently has a fertiliser plant located on it, which is using natural gas as its feedstock. Fortescue Future Industries is planning on constructing a 500 megawatt electrolyser to produce hydrogen to replace the natural gas feedstock. This electrolyser will be powered by renewable energy from the grid under a power purchase agreement. The renewable green hydrogen will then be converted to 400,000 tonnes of green ammonia a year for export from Brisbane to our export markets. As an aside, Fortescue Future Industries, which is behind this project along with Incitec Pivot, the fertiliser manufacturer, is a subsidiary of Fortescue Metals, which is one of the major iron ore exporters to Korea. This next project is in Victoria, in the bottom eastern part of Australia. It's called the Hydrogen Energy Supply Chain Project. This is the world's first fully integrated hydrogen energy supply chain. It's now completed its pilot phase. It produced hydrogen in Victoria, transported it to the port, liquefied it, loaded it, and shipped it to Japan. The top picture here, this is the ship, the liquefied hydrogen vessel loading in Port Hastings in Victoria. The bottom picture is the hydrogen arriving in Kobe, Japan for unloading. This project was supported by a number of companies and the Australian and the Japanese government. It's the first project in the world to make hydrogen, liquefy it, and transport it to an international market. You'll be glad to know this is my final slide. Australia has a vision to become a renewable energy superpower, to produce hydrogen and hydrogen-based compounds, to produce green iron and green steel, alumina and aluminium, and to produce the raw and processed critical minerals needed for electric vehicle batteries and electric vehicle motors. The Australian government is putting a lot of money into this. It's spending 20 billion Australian dollars on our electricity grid. The Australian electricity grid is designed for coal-fired power stations, stationary coal-fired power stations. It's not designed for small-scale solar and wind. So $20 billion is being invested to ensure that it's suitable for the future of solar and wind. Also investing $500 million on electric vehicle charging stations and hydrogen highways for our key freight routes. And we are working closely with our partners around the world, including Korea, on a low emissions future. And our Australian Energy Market Operator has recently released its plan for Australia's national electricity market, which is the market on our eastern coast where most of the people live. It finds that the most likely scenario is this one, the step change, where this amount of dispatchable power will come from essentially from batteries and hydro, and then there will be this in solar and this in wind. Under this scenario, by 2050, distributed solar power, which is solar power on rooftops, will increase 5-fold. Large-scale wind and solar will increase 9-fold, and coal will be completely withdrawn from our electricity mix by 2043. Now, this line here is the hydrogen superpower line. This is the scenario where Australia realises its full potential in renewable energy and becomes a large-scale exporter of renewable energy to the world. Australia is ready, willing and able to do that. We have the sun and we have the wind required, but we really need Korea's help. Although we have the sun and the wind, we have a small population and we have insufficient capital for developments of the scale that's required. So just like with LNG, we welcome Korean offtake, we welcome Korean investment, and we welcome Korean technology to fully develop our assets so that we can become a major global hydrogen exporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Economic Counselor, Embassy of Australia in Korea. Next is a special session presented by Jo Ji-hoon, Director of Mechanical Power Systems Examination, Korea Intellectual Property Office, and he will talk about technology trends and implications of hydrogen liquefaction industry in terms of patents. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jo Ji-hoon from KIPO. Today I'm going to talk about technology trends and implications of hydrogen liquefaction industry in terms of patents. I hope I can provide many insightful information to you. Today I'm going to talk about many patents in terms of R&D. I would like to share what companies is leading the trend and what kind of the research has been conducted. So through my presentation, I hope you can get the general idea about the current situation. First slide, I'd like to show the analysis background. Second, industry analysis, patent industry analysis, and security analysis and implications. We are talking about the carbon-free economy. So many companies have been making effort to increase the portion of the renewable energy. South Korea is no exception. We established the roadmap for local hydrogen economy implementation. So we have laid a foundation legally by establishing the act, the world first, If we take a look at the hydrogen industry summary, I think we are number 4 when it comes to competitiveness in the hydrogen storage and transport after Japan, America, and Germany. But when it comes to fuel cells and liquefied hydrogen transport shipment, I think we are very competitive. So based on our competitiveness, I think we can establish the very insightful hydrogen value chain. So I believe that they will serve as a pivotal role in the nationwide industries connection. So when it comes to technology trend, there's a liquefied process design, cold box, and cryptonic turbo expander field. I think it is an important area that we should focus on. When it comes to industry, by 2050, the world hydrogen consumption will reach more than 500 million tons. Out of 10%, out of total demand, 10% will be delivered through the marine transport. So far, there has been many global competition and collaboration around the world to enhance the industry's competitiveness. The leading companies who own the core technologies have been directly and indirectly participating in the nationwide international hydrogen projects. Air Products, Linne, Air Liquide are the leading companies who own the core technologies in this field. And this technology can be very protected, so it's very difficult to share knowledge in this field. If we take a look at the characteristics of the industries when it comes to liquefied hydrogen storage technology, this is a very capital intensive. So it means it's a very high barrier to enter into the market. So the candidates who can enter into this market are the companies with a big capital and resources. Once they enter into the market, to maintain the economies of the scale, they have to maintain the largest scale. So when it comes to negotiation bargaining power, it's very verticalized, so there are very few suppliers, so it's very the supplier has a bargaining power and have a very good negotiation power too. And this is a research result based on the patent. Mainly this is about the liquefied hydrogen based storage and transport technologies, and also core hydrogen technologies. These are the main categories for the patents in Korea, America, Japan, China, and Europe. As you can see, for the past 20 years, there has been more and more patents related to hydrogen technology. Since 2013, there has been big increase in the patent related to hydrogen. Many of them are actually about hydrogen liquefied core facility. And this is also patent analysis indicators. You can see the big trend, how it changed. And you can see that there is a certain areas we can see patent has been introduced many times, especially for the past 5 years. the intensity of the patent intensity of the certain technology field, you can see especially liquefied hydrogen storage tank and low temperature pump have been main focus for patents. And also you can see the technology growth life cycle. There are many patents introduced at the same time. You can see that it shows that the technology has been growing in the field. Next, this is a slide about the situation by each nation. In the beginning, it was the development of the technology has been led by the government. However, since recently, it has been led by the private companies, and many countries have shown the bigger shares of the hydrogen liquefied coal facility, especially in Korea. The patent for the transport in liquefied hydrogen has been very high. This is about the global patents, global companies with the patents. Japan Sumitomo has been leading the market with the number of the patents. If you take a look at their patented technology, many of them are related to liquefied hydrogen, linden, air liquid. They are also specialized in the process of the liquefied hydrogen. And in France, they have more and more patent on electrolysis, so it shows that France has been interested in this field too. Next, this is a trend in the patent registration rate. There are not much big change. Except that in the beginning, there has been big jump in the liquefied hydrogen process technology. So you can tell the technology has been very detailed and fragmented. So I believe that Sumitomo has been leading the market when it comes to coal facility in hydrogen liquefaction. So next, I'd like to talk about the transfer of the knowledge and the lawsuit. So this is a case of the knowledge transfer with a patent. That has been not much active transfer of the knowledge. However, I believe that it will be more and more transfer of the knowledge, and then leading to more lawsuits. Next, I'd like to talk about the GBC analysis. This is about technology security. America has been very high in 3 core technologies. You can see this is a small cycle capturing 3 core technologies in hydrogen. So it shows that they have a very balanced investment in core technologies. But the other countries have been focused on certain areas, such as hydrogen liquefied process, hydrogen liquefaction core facility, and liquefied process transport mode. So in our case, we have a imbalanced investment, so we need to enhance and diversify our research and development in this field. So the next slide shows that which country owned what kind of technologies. And also our Korean companies Hyundai, they will also participate in the patent holding. Next, I'd like to talk about the brain drainage. What kind of the expert specialists are doing the research? You can tell through this research, and then you can also tell what brain has been left the company or institution to go other company. So the implication shows that this is very important. Hydrogen liquefied business is very important to create the growth engine and to secure the global hydrogen hegemony. So as a following country, we have to enhance our competitiveness in coal technologies. So without enhancing your own technology, it's very easy to fall into the following position belonging to other countries' the hegemony. So we also have to secure the technology competitiveness in the liquefied hydrogen plant, and also we understand that this green hydrogen economy is in early stage. So it is very important to enhance and secure the original technologies. I truly hope that many Korean companies participate in researching in the coal technologies. Lastly, especially hydrogen will be determined by the patents, so it's a very important. So I like to share our research with the companies. Last November, we also have a network for cooperation to support intellectual property. So we will do our best to share the knowledge with you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for the great insight. Next, we'd like to have a panel discussion and Q&A session. So panelists and moderator, please come to the podium.
좌장 그리고 주지의 발표자분들은 신속하게 단상 위로.
Moderators and panelists, please come to the podium. We'd like to have a panel discussion and Q&A session together.
The chair of this panel discussion is Kim Jun-bom, Energy Environment Committee of National Science and Technology Council. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning. In the morning session, we talked about the international cooperation for the Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. And if you have any questions on the presentations, I'd like to ask you to raise your hand and ask questions. So we'll open to the floor for questions. And feel free to ask questions. And if you have any comments, then feel free to speak. I will give you a moment to think about a comment or questions. Then let me ask you a brief question to Park Han-seok. So thank you so much for the presentation on the hydrogen industry. Can you talk a little bit about the roadmap and the implementation plans for the hydrogen industry? So I think I give you a summary of these strategies briefly in my presentation. There is a legal basic plan. In November last year, actually, it was announced, and also a clean energy establishment plan was actually announced in November 9 as well. And as I emphasized in my presentation, under the new administration, there has been some changes in renewable energies. And also there's some slight changes in the position toward this matter. So you may wonder and you may have some concerns that might be the government has different approach and attitude toward the hydrogen policy, but that is not the case actually. And we are going to improve and develop further the hydrogen industry. And so I'd like to ask you to stay tuned to the policies rolled out from the government. Thank you so much. So I'd like to ask the audience to raise your hand if you have any questions. Woo Wang-soo from Ulsan Technopark. Thank you for all the presentations this morning. My question goes to Peter Welhuizen. In the Netherlands, a large-scale project connecting the pipelines and also storing hydrogens in sodium cave are underway. So what is the expected volume of the hydrogen that will be stored? And also, as far as I know, 20 European members are participating in this project. So what is the status of the investment? And also, so I believe hydrogen will be connected to the grid. So the pipelines for hydrogen and electricity need to be connected using smart grid. And what's your take on that as well? Thank you.
Yes, have many difficult questions. Then let's start. I'll start with the storage in the salt caves. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact volume of what's down there. What I can do is I can find the information, the detailed information of that project, and then send it to you later. I think it's behind one of the QR codes that I put on the screen before. Indeed, we have investment. We have many large projects and investment, and it's often a joint effort of the government, but also of the private sector. The big project from Shell that I showed, the 200 megawatt electrolyzer, I think it's almost fully paid by Shell itself. Shell is a company that has grown and is still making a lot of money on oil and gas, but they also know that they have to do something different. And to prepare for the future, they are making this their pilot project, even though, in my opinion, 200 megawatt is not pilot scale. It's, I think, one of the biggest scale projects already existing. And then you mentioned connecting the hydrogen, something about connecting hydrogen grid and the electricity grid. Yeah, we need smart technology, yes. We haven't thought about how smart and what exactly the smart technology should be, but that's also why we have started all these small pilot scale projects to figure out how it works. We have this solar farm that makes hydrogen. There is information from there that we can use later on. There is hydrogen being made directly from wind turbines, as there's even also not only offshore wind but also onshore wind. There's also a project on that. It was not in my slides. And there's also projects the other way around that there's hydrogen and we make electricity out of that. But at this moment, one limiting factor in the Netherlands is electricity grid. We built this electricity grid long time ago, and it's not fit yet for all this the large amount of solar and wind energy that we are creating at this moment. So also there we want to burden the grid less. We are converting some of the electricity into hydrogen. I hope this will answer some of your thoughts, your questions that you have.
예, 좋은 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for the great answers. So for 2030 hydrogen export plan, actually Korean government has set up this plan. Of course, hydrogen cost is important, but also there's a lot of issues that need to be tackled regarding the transport of hydrogen. So in the long term, we are talking about the liquefied hydrogen, but in the mid and short term, actually, ammonia transport is being considered. As far as I know, the Netherlands is actually it's a strong country, a superpower when it comes to the ammonia transport. I believe that I look forward a strong partnership in these areas between two nations. And so if you have any questions, please go ahead. I'm Kim Jung-sam from Approtium. So applications of green hydrogen was explained, and I have a question about CCUS. My question goes to Canadian Embassy and also Hans Bach, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. First, a SMR, steam methane reforming. Maybe I need to just ask a question to Hans Bach. So I'd like to know about the overseas CCUS examples or cases, and also the utilization and storage, how this is being supported by the government. And if you know anything about the practices in other countries, please let us know. Also, actually, Korea is not emphasizing much on CCUS. Of course, the utilization is very not very advanced. Also, storage has a very limited area. Besides that, also, and there is a great demand for capturing CO2s and commercializing CO2s. Actually, because of some investment burdens, I would say that we are a bit behind. So when it comes to CCUS, what are the policies where government supports? Of course, we need to work together with the environment. Also, I'd like to ask CCUS policies. I'm sorry to interrupt, but actually, CCUS, it is not actually my main work area, so maybe I will not be able to share the exact specific examples of foreign countries, but in so there is a support programs to support the establishment of a hydrogen. So it is using reformations, and so some of them is to capture carbon dioxide, but this is not a government policies, but only sorry that I can only give you a part of the answer. Then let me just add, in this government, mission-oriented development and cross-ministry projects are really emphasized. So in the case of CCUS, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, and also the MOTI will work together. So it's going to be cross-ministry project. So when it comes to CC capture, So we are using CC amine. And this technology need to use a tear. So it is under development right now. And also SK in Ulsan. So if we import methane from Australia, then we use SMR to generate hydrogen, and CO2 will send back to Australia. So this can be also considered as a solution. And in the case of Korea, especially of Ulsan, there is a gas field which is the end of life cycle. And so actually the volume of the gas field is not that big. So from our perspective, probably we can develop more on CCU. Hopefully this answer your question. This answer your question. And anyone else?
Please give the microphone to the audience. Hello, Ojuna from Bloomans, Korea. My question is to go to Park Han-seo. In your thought, when it comes to power generation, what will be the fuel cell trend? Do you think it will go larger size? How we can use it for the clean energy? In the current market for fuel cell, do you think how the market will be changed in the future? I want to know your insight. As you may know, around the world, actually, we are the only country who actually commercialized the fossil fuel cell for. But I understand some people are concerned about it, but I believe that there will be new safety guard guideline. So as long as we keep our safety guideline, I think it should be fine. As you may know, when it comes to fuel cell, it has been contributed a lot. And next year, I think we can also have a new transition in policies. I understand our policy regarding this bill is not be confirmed yet, but inside we are actually reviewing the policy transition for now. Any more questions? Thank you for the great insight by. I came from Daegu. I'm running a company who's distributing the natural gas. My question goes to Peter from Netherlands. In your presentation, you mentioned that you are a small country. However, you are very ambitious to implement the hydrogen economy into your country. So you also aim to establish 136,000 kilometers in pipeline. So out of these 136,000 kilometer pipelines, among these plans, you already have established the pipelines for natural gas, right? Then, does it mean you will utilize this currently established pipeline repurpose, or do you mean that you will establish new pipelines to cover 136,000 kilometers? That was my first question. In my knowledge, in Europe, they're actually repurposing the current pipelines, mixing the natural gas and the hydrogen. And about 20% can be assigned for the hydrogen transport. I think this is what I heard. So in our case, according to the natural gas companies and the Korean government in collaboration, I understand we are left behind, but we're also trying to focus on mixing the natural gas with the hydrogen in the repurposed pipelines. So I also want to know how you can actually utilize the current equipment. So as a person who came from the company dealing with the natural gas, can you give us more details for this project?
Thank you. Yes, we are ambitious. Just like Korea, we have big plans and we want to stick with these plans. And when I first saw this 136 kilometers, I was also shocked or amazed. I don't know how to express it. But we are not going to lay 100,000 kilometers of new pipes. We have an existing infrastructure. It is still good, but it needs to be updated, upgraded. So also hydrogen and also a mix of hydrogen and natural gas can flow through it. Hydrogen, of course, it escapes more easily from the pipelines or the connections there. But part of this network will be new and will be fully hydrogen related. Only hydrogen will go through these new pipes. And there's one interesting development now. There's a Dutch company that is not making the steel pipes, but it's making bendable pipes made out of plastic. Or maybe plastic is not the right word, but some kind of polymer. It's rollable. You get it on a coil. You lay it in the ground, and it stays there. And if you want to take it out and move the pipe to another place because the project is over, or you can roll it back up and bring it to another place. So that about the pipe. Indeed, there will be some mixing as well. Of course, there's technical challenges that we have to overcome. Putting two gases into a pipeline is easy, but how do these gases behave inside? How do they mix? And in the end, how do you separate these gases? And how do you separate them without contamination? These are issues that also I think we are working on. If you are working on them as well, I'd be willing. Yeah, let's talk more on details and see if we can do things together on this topic. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 저 시간이
Thank you very much. We are a little bit behind in schedule. Actually, we even have Australia and France. So if you have any questions to this gentleman from France and Australia, please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Kim Tae-yeon from Lockwell Automation. Thank you so much for the presentations today. And my question goes to Russell White from Australia. So just listening to your presentation, unlike other countries, there are a lot of a project. You show us the list of projects that is underway. So the government is trying to be aligned with businesses. I'm just wondering whether the government is aligned with the companies to run this hydrogen project and businesses. And also, I'd like to understand the level of investment from the Australian government as well. And lastly, and also ammonia and urea. So hydrogen manufacturing is being promoted a lot in Australia. Is it because of the local characteristics? I'd like to understand why it is being promoted in Australia as well. Thank you.
There is a large amount of government support for these hydrogen projects. In Australia, as I mentioned, Australia is a federation. We have a number of states and territories. So all of our states and territories have hydrogen strategies, as well as our Commonwealth government. And they all have different support programs for the development of the renewable hydrogen industry in Australia. You see one of the projects I spoke about at Gibson Island in Brisbane, that's recently received funding from the Australian government for a feasibility study. which has shown that the process is feasible and is now going to the FEED stage. So that's one example of a project with support from the Australian government. I think your second question, I didn't quite get it. Would you be able to repeat it?
My second question is, the majority of the project run in Australia concerns urea and ammonia. So the Australian government is utilizing these elements. Is that because of the local characteristics, or is that because of the national vision? So I'd like to understand what is driving this movement.
I think the ammonia is obviously interesting because it's easier to transport, as was mentioned earlier, than liquefied hydrogen at the moment. So that's part of the reason why there's interest in ammonia. If you're asking about the project in Queensland, that's ammonia-based because it's using an existing ammonia facility that is at Gibson Island. So that facility that's there is a fertiliser facility that currently produces ammonia. So the idea there is to replace the natural gas feedstock with a hydrogen feedstock. So that's the reason why ammonia is being utilised in that particular project in Queensland.
예, 다음 질문은 인도에서 오신.
And next question will come from India.
All the presenters, commendable work done by so many countries. I am from India. I am Dr. Rajendra Jagdale from Science and Technology Park from India. We have a lot to learn from all of you. Just to brief note, Government of India has just launched green hydrogen policy, and we will be soon launching 5 hydrogen valley projects with a budgetary provision of about $20 billion US dollars. It's already done. Next year, we'll be launching India's first hydrogen train, which is almost ready. 35,000 kilometer pipeline, existing pipeline, has already been identified as suitable for transportation of hydrogen. It may excite you to know that one of our laboratory called ICT, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, has developed a technology using thermochemical process, and they claim that cost of production of hydrogen per kg would be less than $1, about 95 cents. This process also produces oxygen. If you see the oxygen credits, it might be about $0.99. So I think this would be great for you to understand. Probably this could be a cheaper source of producing hydrogen. Thank you so much.
예, 감사합니다. 수소가 킬로그램당 1달러라고 그러면 굉장히 놀라운 수치가 되고요. 그 수소 트램이나 수소 열차 앞으로 잘 되기 바라고
as well, really. And also, in Korea, Wotan has developed a hydrogen tram, and so hydrogen tram will be up and running in Ulsan city as well. And lastly, and anybody has a question to Jean-Claude Marty? Then let me ask a question briefly. My question goes to the Counselor of Energy and New Technology. So actually,
앞으로 원자력을
and nuclear. So we call this pink electrolysis. Do you have any plan for a nuclear power used electrolysis or hydrogen generation plant?
Yes, as I said in my presentation for France, our strategy is to be able to be totally independent from foreign countries in terms of hydrogen supply. And as you know, our main energy in France is nuclear energy. So our hydrogen supply will be near 100% from nuclear. It's like our colleague in the last presentation said that in terms of patents, we are working very hard in electrolysis. And so we can use hydrogen for working on the intermittency of renewable energy, but it's not something that will be very high for us because we have also hydraulic production, electricity production that can play this role. So, in conclusion, our strategy is to produce hydrogen using mainly nuclear energy for our own use, and for that we work a lot of technology like electrolysis. And you know that we have a company like which name is Air Liquide that work on liquefaction of hydrogen. But what our objective is to export technology like electrolysis or liquefaction systems. But in terms of hydrogen, it's first for our one use.
예, 감사.
Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you for the great discussion. I understand we are a little bit behind in schedule. I believe in the future, hydrogen will be playing an important part of the energy production according to McKinsey, the famous consulting agency. So I believe all of you showed a great interest in hydrogen, and also I do hope that we have a lot of cooperation happening in many industries. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to wrap up the first session for panel discussion. Thank you very much.
패널 토의 함께 해주신 모든 분들
Thank you very much, all the panelists, all the distant guests. You will have a luncheon which is held next to this room. All the audience, please enjoy your lunch break and come back to this conference room by 2. And then we will have an afternoon session regarding the full cycle of the hydrogen industry. Thank you very much.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the second session. Full cycle of the hydrogen industry. First speaker is Lee Jung-hyun from Hyundai Motor Company, who would like to talk about development status of the prior technology of hydrogen fuel cells for aviation. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Lee Jung-hyun, team leader of AM in Hyundai Motors Company. And today, as you can see here, the topic is the development status of the advanced technologies for hydrogen fuel cell for aviation, and this is called a Project N. So, as you know, this project name, Project N, is actually Nexo is the first ever mass production car of hydrogen car. So that's why we use the initial N from Nexo. So through this Project N, so I can explain why we began to develop a technologies or fuel cell technologies for aviation. So you can see this term AAM. So let me explain what AAM. AAM stands for Advanced Air Mobility, and NASA said this as well. And according to keep pace with the trend, so inside a city or outside of city, so there will be a potential market opening for air mobility. And NASA said that there is a potential market for air mobility near cities. And if you look at this graph, actually x-axis is range and y-axis is payload. So if you go broad, so there is a medium to long range aircraft. You take this airplane to go broad. So many large airplane manufacturers like Boeing are making these long range and medium long range airplanes. And other than that, there is a urban air mobility, UAM. Also, there is another area called regional air mobility, which is also known as RAM. So you can see the box at the center. You can see some estimate of payload. It's like an intercity concept, and UAM is intra-city concept. So RAM is like a connecting between cities. It's like a medium range. And when you think about powertrains, as you can see, UAM is an electric vehicle, and hydrogen, we consider those two powertrains as well. And for RAM, we consider eco-friendly power trains as well. But we consider IC, internal combustion engine, in the initial days because we have to think about the technical maturity. So let me go a little deeper. And what are the markets of AAM? And so I put together one slide to show what are the potential markets. So there are new technologies and business models, as you know. There are 4 major mega trends. The biggest one is electrification. So electrification is one of the mega trends, not just airplanes, but also vehicles. And the systems, the architectures of them are really simplified so that there is a chance that we can lower the cost. And also the ultimate target of this AAM is autonomy. So when it is fully autonomous, then many consulting firms release a study result after 2040. There will be no pilot. So without pilot, the airplanes can be flown without pilots. Then also, in order to run these autonomous vehicles in full swing, then we have to also need to upgrade the maturity of big data. And also, there are many different business models like ride sharing. And when you think about the service range, it's the biggest market is passenger market. So in the case of UAM, so it can accommodate 4 to 5 passengers. It's like an air taxi which can fly within a city. And also from regulation perspective, Part 23, up to limit is 92 pax. So it can accommodate up to 11 passengers. So the ultimate market, the biggest potential market is passenger market, and also there could be a public use market or cargo transport, cargo delivery market as well. Because if we have a new aviation industry for cities and connecting between cities, I believe that this can compromise the regulatory. So let me talk about what our company can do for HAM. So first one, let's talk about the use cases. First one is the public medical service. So it can simplify the complex multimodal transportation or logistic processes. So I believe there is a potential of this area. And also second use case is a seamless logistics system. So cargoes can be delivered to island, or people can be transported to island as well. And now let me talk about a Hyundai Motor Company's vision. Actually, it's a one-pager. It shows our company's vision. And SA1, which was introduced in CES in the US, was shown on slide. And as you can see at the center, there is a hub system, and so it serves as a multi-port, not just simple hub, but it is like a complex space. And I believe we will be able to give you more details later. And I think you've seen this in commercials on TV. And so do these autonomy vehicles, you can take this PBV and move to hub, and then you can dock to the docking. And then there is a new community space created in the hub. And then you take the UAM and get to the destinations wherever you want to go. That is our ultimate vision. So connecting from the ground to the air. It's an integrated mobility solution provider. So our company's greatest vision is an integrated solution provider connecting the land to the air. So we can save time for people so that people can use their time more valuably, so they can get rid of any time wasted on the road. So I just briefly explain the background, why we came up with this Project N in the first place. So Project N came from the initial of Nexo, which is a mass production model, hydrogen car model. So to make this a aviation version, so what feasibility studies and what analysis need to be done, and what should be the architecture we have to achieve? And this study was done, and we call this running by doing project. And as you can see on next slide, just in a year, we tried to complete this develop. Actually, it was complete in an year. So even though we didn't publicize this project, it was an internal project we ran. But I believe this is a great opportunity to explain this concept today. And as you can see, objectives, we can purchase off-the-shelf product. We call this a system integration. So in the aviation field, it's really important capability as OEM. So in order to that, we actually run this process. And the concept is to have HAV system, and we can test it under harsh conditions. So we try to come up with a platform. That's why we use drone type. It is composed of 16 motors. Let me explain more. And you can see a picture of that. Next slide. There are 8 arms, and there are stack rotors up and down. And there's a total of 16 rotor blades are circulating. And as for main task, what is indicated in blue is a main task. So power module complete. We reduce the mass, and also we made some major changes. Apply titanium as a material, and also not just the junction box, but also housing, were adopted from the aviation industry, like a carbon fiber reinforcement polymer, like a CFB, were applied in this area. And we did a study, and it's actually been developed. And so we put a lot of effort into integrating HAV system. And lastly, and to run a test using hydrogen, we have to engage a lot of stakeholders, not just the Ministry of Construction in the Infrastructure as well as a transport. And also we got a lot of support from government agencies, and we were able to achieve a special certificate, and we complete the test flight early this year. And you can see the model in the picture. It's a landing skid type. So you cannot actually get a sense of how big this is. But if you look at the video clip, actually I prepared it at the end of my presentation, and you can tell how big or how small this is. Not just, I searched myself on the internet. I believe this is the biggest drone ever that was made, and also the drone is running on a hydrogen fuel cell. This is the first time ever that we have a hydrogen fuel cell running drone, and we had a kick-off in March last year. We said it's a one-year project, but we actually spent 10 months to develop this project. And since the kickoff, we had a SSR and System Readiness Review and PDR and CDR, Critical Design Review, Iron Bird, TRR, Test Readiness Review. We went through all these processes or gateways. So if you are working in a aviation industry, I believe that you're familiar with these milestones. And so many issues or challenges were analyzed throughout these milestones. So we tested our first flight in June this year. So let me give you brief statistics first. Actual specifications: powertrain is a hydrogen fuel cell. It used Nexo engine, and the battery was added. And because in takeoff, you need a lot of energy source in order to supplement that. Additional battery, lithium polymer battery, was added. It was newly packaged into this drone. And design power, the peak power is maximum 250 kilowatt. And continuous power is 140 kilowatt. And MTOW, maximum takeoff weight, is 700 kilograms. So actually, the weight right just before the flight test was 683 kilograms, and you can see additional power skin was added for the testing. And for dimension, the distance between blades is about 5.8 meters, and the height is about 1.2 meters, and diameter of the blade is about 6 meters. And the flight condition altitude is maximum 8 meters, but it's not a technical restrictions. Actually, in Korea, any drones bigger than 500 kilograms is almost equivalent to airplanes. So it's not easy to get approval for to fly 700 kilogram drone, because the safety is the biggest concern. Even though it is unmanned drone, but still many engineers on the ground were supporting this testing, because in case if fall, then there is a height limit. So we were allowed to fly up to 8 meters. So the height limit was 8 meters. Of course, we wanted to fly higher than 8 meters, but that was our first step. So the height limit in the first testing was 8 meters. And flight time is 230 seconds, and you can see this tank actually applies to Nexo, the car. And in production model, actually 3 tanks are added, but this drone only has 1 tank. So if this is fully charged, then I believe this can fly longer, much longer. But since we approach this as a minimum viable product, actually our goal was to just to fly this. And also we try to understand the safety of this drone. So our focus was not the long flight. So from takeoff, there are three modes: pitch, roll, yaw. And so we were able to test all three elements. And so this test run about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So to show you how we actually tested it, so even though we did not release it to the outside, we made it internally, and also we share these video clips internally. So let's take a look at it.
수소연료전지 등의 파워트레인을 얘기하는데요.
Hyundai Motors Group has a hydrogen fuel cell technology, and this is the first ever green project that we use in Korea. And this project is very adventurous, and it's a large scale, almost 700 kilograms, really big drone. So we installed a fuel tank. We wonder, can it really fly and take off? Because we have to inject hydrogen, also we need to go through certification process. We should be able to reduce the mass. And so a lot of thought went into this design process. Every single step was really difficult and challenging. When we complete this project, everyone was really happy. And Hyundai Motors Company developed this a project. I believe this is the first step. And based on this project, we were able to actually confirm the possibility that this can apply to aviation industry as well. So it has RAM. So we are going to develop a RAM fuselage. So to make it safe and eco-friendly, that will be the focus of our research and development activities going forward. And those interviews actually are part of our team. They were the leading engineers in the team. With that, let me wrap up my presentation. Thank you so much.
이주균 팀장님 발표.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. Next, we would like to invite the Lee Sang-ho, Executive Managing Director from POSCO. He would like to talk about POSCO's carbon neutral strategy and hydrogen reduction steel technology.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello. That was very interesting topic that is related to your daily life. But I'm so sorry because POSCO's topic can be a little bit heavy. And then I guess this is a very unfamiliar topic to you regarding the steel makers hydrogen technology. But actually, I think we are one of the most frequent user for the hydrogen technology. So I'd like to talk about the current situation in POSCO. So one of the biggest concerns in our field is that how we can be sustainable in the future. We are only focused on where we can find the fuels. However, recently, we are thinking about environment, sustainability, especially environmental issue. Actually, we have to think about how we can transition into carbon-free technology. Recently, we have a roadmap for the energy mix. But actually, Korea doesn't have any natural resources. But back then, we need to make the steel because we have to boost our industries. So this is a very pivotal, important industry for Korea's development. Actually, if you take a look at the industry of steel making, in the beginning it was Japan leading the industry because they don't have any natural resources. They imported the natural resources from Brazil and they made a steel plant near the coastline to maximize the heat efficiency. That was their successful business model for steelmaker, and we followed the example of the Japan, and then Taiwan, China also copied the business model. So in Northeast Asia, actually we take up 70% of the global steelmaking, and this steelmaking has been used for the Hyundai automobiles and shipbuilding industries as a raw material, leading to the rapid development of the Korean economy. So in itself, steelmaking unfortunately created the pollution. But when it comes to effect of steelmaking on upstream and downstream sectors, it's very highly related to other industries because many industries have utilized the steel as a raw materials. So many people are involved in this development, in this important issue of inevitable decarbonization in steel industry. Actually, in Korea, we are number one to create the steel per person. One person is equal to 1 ton. So we are very suitable for export-oriented industry. So our size of steelmaking is double the advanced countries. So steelmaking is taking up 14% of the CO2 of the total carbon production in Korea. Postcode take up 11% of that. So we are held very responsible. So when we are using this uh, furnace, the byproduct is slag. Slag can be replaced by other materials, and this material can be used for construction. Actually, slag is important for cement industries, but I will not go into details. Steel and cement industries are intertwined. That's my key message. Then, why steel making is still important, even though it creates a lot of the CO2 emissions? But actually, according to IEA, the steel demand will be on the increase even in the future because of the automobile and the energy replacement, such as the wind farms. So still, it's still expected to continue to increase in demand in the future due to its irreplaceable commodity. And if we have to import it from other countries, the price can be something we cannot control over. So energy conversion is a very important topic. Today we are talking about the hydrogen conversion economy. In the past, you used to depend on the natural gases and oils, but instead of those natural gas and oils, we want to come up with the sustainable natural resources. So, steel industry also is very intertwined with the energy conversion. Aluminum, chromium, all these materials are also very important when it comes to green conversion into energy production, and steel is very important out of it. Let me give you one example. From the offshore wind power, you can see these wind farms on the top of the mountains, and it only has a 8 gigawatt. But the, if you want to gain the more electricity, you have to go farther into the sea. Then you can have a bigger wind power. They can be 16 and 20 megawatt, but the problem is that to support that offshore wind power, we need a lot of the steels as a foundation. When it comes to European countries, in a deep sea, they realize that they need the steel foundation. So steel is very important in any industry. So the Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan is heavily invested in this method called BFBOF. But America is trying to regain its momentum with a new technology. So POSCO want to keep its momentum and upper hand by adopting new technology. So we have a short-term and long-term target to reduce the CO2 emission. This is our pledge. In the future, we'll also adopt the AI technology to be eco-friendly. And also, we want to adopt the hydrogen reduction steel technology. I will skip the introduction of the AI. However, we are one of the first to introduce this technology for the steel making. And we also register as the first one in this kind of technology. So we are very confident and proud of our technology because it shows that POSCO is at its forefront to reduce CO2 emission in steelmaking industry. So currently we have ongoing trials for CCU technologies. We have a collaboration with the universities for R&D to create the chemicals, and we try out the new technologies. So if we go for hydrogen in steelmaking business, what will be the impact? Steelmaking industry has been importing the raw materials from other countries and then we export that. So basically it's summarized as a logistic industry, large scale facility industry, and capital intensive industry. However, in the future, uh, the, actually the benefit is that we are energy independent. We only need to import the one raw material from other countries. So 90% we can say we are energy independent. However, if you go for hydrogen based, so we are still logistic and large scale and capital industry. But if we don't use any more coals, we have to get the energy raw material from the energy green grid. So we might be considered as a green power industry in the future. Then, how much hydrogen can be required for hydrogen reduction? Whether we go to the different form of the gas, how big the number is, you can see in this slide. It's like a 10 times size of the next O. This is a big amount. So POSCO at this moment requires 300 tons with the current existing facilities. So not only the hydration, we're also thinking about global iron ore resources and quality of key producing countries. Australia is one of the best producers for the metal materials. So we have a good relationship with Australia for import. In Europe, they are using the shaft furnace. This is a pellet-based process, and also they are using DRI too. But on the other hand, we are using fluidized reactor. So we are in the process of developing more right-sided technologies. then what's the best route? It depends on the commercialization benefit, which means value in chain. Shaft method can be one step for steel making. However, it can be the restricted limit of the porous feed. On the other hand, if you go for fluidized bed reactors, it can be available of abundant iron fines, continuous use of the slag for cement clinker. We do have actually successful case with the fluidized bed. So if we use the fluidized bed, we have a benefits of direct use of the fine iron ore or uniformity in induction and easy thermal compensation. So we already started this business. So for the capability and the readiness for net zero emission, we have three options: BF, Finex, and Hyrex. We can cut off the middle process and we can directly connect the hydrogen into the system in the future. So in the past we have used the Finex, but in the future we will go for Hyrex. And this is the diagram for the Finex and Hyrex. I'm sorry, I cannot play the animation, but actually you can imagine how it works in this slide. So in the future, we have a strategy toward 2050 for hydrogen steel making. Actually, we aim to develop by 2030 100 gigawatt uh, plant. However, we want to bring forward our target date because we want to speed up the process and go eco-friendly as soon as possible. So if you take a look at this slide, because America, they have to use their own metal resources and there's a limitation of the import. The reason behind is because of the CO2. On the surface, they are focusing environmental issues regarding the materials and components. And they are saying that they will impose taxes on the un-eco-friendly materials. However, the reason behind it is because they want to protect the local industries. So steel makers, automobiles, and steel makers will be very heavily scrutinized by other governments. So that's why we need to speed up the development of the technology even further. So we are in the process of transferring from the energy-based economy to the metal material-based economy. That's why our industry, our steelmaker company, has been focusing on electrification by green electricity. So, so far we've been engineering high-mix technology, but in the future we will combine this with the ESF, electronic smelting furnace for clean steel and slag. So I believe by 2026, I think we can actually complete the demonstration plans. So in summary, the steelmaker's core technology lies in uh, future innovation in terms of the ecology. In the past, it was driven by economy, but in the future, I think it will be driven by ecological benefit. So in the past, we have two innovations in steelmaking, and it helped to increase efficiency with affordable price tag, leading to the industrial revolution. But we are at this moment to abandon all these existing technologies and then go for the ecological benefit. So, POSCO aim to be number one company when it comes to competitiveness. Actually, we've been recognized for its innovation effort in the world for the 12 consecutive years already. So if you take a look at the history of the steel making, most countries with the power of the steel making, they have the global hegemony. So you know that Europe used to be the superpower in the past with the steel making, and then the hegemony went to America as a new superpower. So, given that, with the green steel making hegemony, I believe POSCO can help Korea to become one of the most advanced countries in the world. So I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the great insight. Next, I'd like to invite the Oh Jun-won, Managing Director from Bloom Energy Korea. He'd like to talk about Bloom's solution in hydrogen economy. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 블룸에너지 코리아.
Hello, I'm Oh Jun-won from Bloom Energy Korea. Today, actually, I prepared English presentation. So please understand I'm going to give this presentation in English.
Presentation is about Bloom's role in hydrogen economy, in specific to the carbon neutrality interest worldwide and globally that's brewing over the past a few years. In our presentation today, we're going to be briefly talking about Bloom as an introduction and also its offering in microgrid solutions, as well as its offering in electrolyzers. This is a slide regarding overview of the Bloom Energy at a glance. We are a very small company, as you can see. We have about $972 million as a revenue in 2021. And we have about installed base over 750 megawatt globally. And we have cumulative R&D spending over $1 billion. And in Korea specifically, we have joint venture formed with SK Ecoplant and have a assembly line in Gumi in Korea. And our intention is to really develop that Gumi plant, and our plan is to assemble more than 100 megawatt in capacity by next year. And also for Korea, since 2018, we have about 200 megawatt of installed fuel cell power plant in Korea across the country. We have a very simple portfolio as our business. Our product offering can divide into energy production as well as a fuel production. And we also have a very high skill set in providing different types of energy solutions in microgrid, carbon dioxide storage utilization, as well as package solutions. For energy production, we are currently using LNG to power our fuel cells. But we also have developing plans to develop marine application with the Samsung Heavy Industry, as well as providing the purely hydrogen fuel fed fuel cells. For the hydrogen production electrolyzers, it's based on the same technology, solid oxide platform. So it's a proven technology, and we're going to go into a little bit more about that later. I think overall, I think a lot of people are familiar with Bloom's solutions in base load application, exporting power to the grid. But today I want to specifically talk about its application in microgrid setting. I think everyone realizes that more and more we are moving away from the centralized power source and into the distributed generation. So I think our offering in distributed generation has a lot of advantage. Specifically, I think the microgrid application, the data centers are the key sector that we're targeting. I think that we need to pay more attention to how we can decarbonize data center energy consumption globally. As far as I know, more and more Asia Pacific region, especially Korea, Japan, has a lot of demand for installing data centers. But one thing that is not clearly been presented by the developers or the data center builders is that I think we have a lack of interest in providing more eco-friendly solutions for data centers. And I think everyone needs to work on making sure that very highly energy-intensive facilities like data centers will adopt more green energy and maybe perhaps hydrogen energy as a solution rather than using the fossil-based energy solutions. And another fact is that in Asia, I think they have plans to, a lot of the investment fund, equity fund raisers like Blackstone's and KKR's has plans to invest more than $25 billion in Asia Pacific region to develop more data centers. So we need to really push these investors to pay more attention to how they can develop data centers based on green energy and based on hydrogen energy sources. This is one of the sort of a scenario on the microgrid platform. This is a base load application using fuel cells. For Bloom Energy's microgrid energy solutions, we can break it down into three different concepts. One's a primary power, and the second one is tier 1 type of microgrid solution, and the last one is a tier 2. Primary power and tier 1 is it really depends on what customers' needs are, and what I'm showing you here is mostly based on US customers, so I don't think it's really readily applicable for Korean customers. So I'd like to focus on tier 2, which is really for the microgrid solution for data centers. Again, the primary power, this is more for the US customers. It basically provides base load depending on what the customer's needs are. And this is tier 1 again. I don't think this is a high interest to the Korean end users. So tier 2 operation, this basically provides a steady energy sources, whether you have the grid outage or whether you have the grid available. So this is a sort of a solution we can present to the data centers. We had presented to the data centers, and some of the data centers in the US had adopted our microgrid solutions for their data center solutions. This is a schematic or a line diagram when grid is unavailable. Again, the available applications are wide-ranging, and we can either do the capacity supplement, or we can provide the solutions to the energy solutions for critical load microgrid, or we can have an island microgrid that is dedicated to power the data centers at all times. For primary solution, tier 1, tier 2, we have a track record of deploying around 140 microgrids since 2011. And these are some of the customer profile. You can see the Equinix here, which is a very famous data center developer and construction people. And we have close to over 70 megawatt of data center application deployed in the US. Our customer profiles, Equinix. And we have Kaiser Permanente, which is a healthcare provider facility. And we have provided I think this is 14 megawatt installation in the Apple data center. This is some of the benefits and value propositions that Bloom offers to our customers. we're kind of going away from the data center application, now going into the what actual value propositions that Bloom has to offer. We are very steady, resilient, reliable, very affordable solution. And we can put our systems in the matter of 9 months when it comes to the site. So it's a very quick, easy solution as far as the construction and installation goes. Again, this highlights the time to power is about 9 months on average. And we also are very respectful of all the international codes and standards. And you can see the US IEEE standards that we abide by, Japan, as well as India and Korea. Now, turning into electrolyzer a little bit more, again, with the advent of the hydrogen economy and a huge demand on different countries needing hydrogen and supplies into the country, I think electrolyzer as a technology enabler from Bloom is a key portion of the value chain for the hydrogen economy. Our electrolyzer is basically pretty much based on the same technology platform as our fuel cells, but it runs in reverse. So rather than our fuel cells, if you can see they are gas to power, you can think of our electrolyzer going from power to hydrogen, where the input is a water source and the electricity going through the same technology platform stacks, and out comes the hydrogen. This is a typical electrolyzer module that we are developing and have commercialized. And we, in fact, have a 10 megawatt demonstration project with one of the US customer in Oklahoma, US. Where solid oxide electrolyzer has a huge benefit is, I think if we can find the heat source that is at a high temperature and has a very reasonable electricity cost, I think our business proposition will give you highest efficiency in producing 1 kilogram of hydrogen compared to other technology. So our vision is to find a very high heat source, high temperature heat source application, such as nuclear power plant, and perhaps marrying the nuclear power plant's heat source with our solid oxide electrolyzer to provide the best value proposition for the customer. This is sort of the timeline of where our solid oxide technology has matured to. It started all in 2008 as far as the commercialization of the first generation of our SOFC technology. And in 2021, we have, as I said, over 700 megawatt of fuel cells deployed globally. And SOFC product generation, I call it the 5th generation, or generation 7.5, will be soon commercialized in late 2022 into 2023. And then based on the same technology, we are developing the electrolyzer product. And we have a cumulative experience of producing 800 billion stack cells, which will be used in the SOSC. And then we have an extensive SOSC testing program, and we have already released, in a small scale, the SOSC pilot testing in 2021. And then also there's one project that's running in Korea, down in Gumi factory with our SOSC. And also I think we have another project going with SK Eco Plant to put in 1.2 megawatt of SOSC in Jeju Island in 2025. This is some of the engineering data on our electrolyzer, the key data here. Again, Bloom's mission is, we are a very small company, but we have a huge mission and vision to make sure that we could provide clean and reliable energy, as well as that's something resilient, affordable for everyone for their application. And I think we join this effort in decarbonizing the society and achieving the carbon neutrality by 2050, so that the world can be a better place to live, in essence. So I think everyone in this room, we can collaborate together to make sure that that happens in 2050. Thank you.
네, 오준호 대표님 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ojuno, for your presentation. Next presenter is Kim Young-hoon, Commercial Manager. Kim Young-hoon, Head of New Business Development, Korea Hydrogen Industry Association. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Young-hoon, in charge of new business development from the KHIA. So we have conducted many different projects and items for commercialization. That is our main roles. Today, especially, I'd like to talk about the examples of the hydrogen town business that can be export to other countries. First of all, let me briefly introduce the Korean Hydrogen Industry Association. And then I would like to introduce the hydrogen tower ideas. So actually, the association was established in 2014 as it involves all the researchers, colleges, and the companies and government agencies and medias regarding the hydrogen business. We have over 200 members, and also for the early development of the hydrogen industry, we've been doing our best to promote hydrogen. The main roles of the association is to increase the value and benefit of the membership, and also establish global network. And also we aim to exchange information in hydrogen industry, and also we propose the hydrogen related policies to the government. Also we have conducted R&D for hydrogen business. And also Canada, Japan, China, France, Austria, and Germany, we have a global network with them to host the seminars and international conference to exchange ideas. Actually, we even have a MOU with the Indian counterpart, as you saw in the morning. With this kind of MOU, I believe it will help greatly to the development of the hydrogen, to create the hydrogen town. India is doing its best to bring forward the hydrogen economy into their own country. With our association, India has shown great interest in establishing the hydrogen town. They actually call Hydrogen Valley. I think they established 5 hydrogen valleys in India. And also, we decide to do cooperation together with them. So this is the agendas of the research we've been conducting with the government agencies and the local governments and R&D institutions. If you want to know the details, please refer to our website. And also, while we are conducting these projects, we have accumulated great know-how to create the hydrogen towns. This is our expert model. From now on, I'd like to talk about hydrogen town that can be exportable to other countries. First, we have to think about the safety and the availability. We have to increase the awareness of the local communities. When we introduce the hydrogen vehicles, we let the locals try out the vehicles to increase the awareness of the hydrogen vehicles so they can realize how safe and how convenient it is for them to use the hydrogen vehicles. So, bottom line is we let them try out themselves to see how reliable, how safe it is. So, Hydrogen Town has been utilizing the new renewable energy such as solar and the wind farms, and they can be part of the energy production within the hydrogen town. They can be used for towners and common residents and recharging facilities. So to create the energy independent hydrogen towns, we create this business model and they can be exported to other countries. So when you think about hydrogen tower, many people only think about the buildings. However, this is go beyond just construction of the buildings. This actually based on the hydrogen energy. So you hydrogen town can be energy independent. They can even manage their own energy level. So to create the energy independent hydrogen town, they have to have a production electricity production facilities. If you create a hydrogen town in Korea, at first we have to think about the solar panel energy production by utilizing the available lands. If you go global, we mainly focus on the wind farms or solar energy panels or PV. So, based on that renewable energies, we create the hydrogens. The key point is that to supply the water. To create the renewable energy, we use the facility of the electrolysis and finally lead to the power generation of the fuel cell. Secondly, we adopt the CCUS reform hydrogen. Currently, we are adopting reform hydrogen type plant. They already actually they don't have a CCUS apply yet. However, without the CCUS, it will still create the CO2 emissions. So this is not the long-term goal. So we want to implement CCUS to capture the CO2 emissions in the future. So we are already in negotiation with the relevant companies to adopt the CCUS technologies. And when it comes to electrolysis facility, we have adopted this technology to create the hydrogen. And this is also part of the hydrogen tower establishment. Next, we have a electrolysis production. We have 4 different types to create the electrolysis alkaline PEM, AEM, and SOEC. And we have already demonstration project in Jeonju, and these will be replicated in other areas too. AM is also finished with the research, so they're ready to go ahead with the implementation for demonstration of the ideas. And step by step, we plan to implement these technologies. So, the electrolysis will be in the form of the container. To maximize the efficiency of the land, we want to use the stack-up building style. Still, we are in the stage of the research, but in the future, we also try to adopt different technology. we want to make sure that sustainable power supply, because the solar and wind energy can be pickle depending on the weather conditions. So to have a the other energy also have a problem of the price fluctuation. So we want to make sure we have measures to have a balanced, sustainable, consistent energy supply. And we also try the ideas to get the hydrogen from the land and the maritime. This slide shows that the process of the hydrogen town establishment project. I think it takes 10 more years to establish that. So, solar, fuel cell, and wind farm energies can be used to create the hydrogen, and they can be used for many different facilities such as the residential housing. And if you use in the common housings, common residence, they can be the leftover waste. We also thinking about how we can utilize the waste. So likewise, we aim to create the hydrogen town under the integrated management center. So this center can be in charge to create the supply and demand of the electricity and all the relevant data. Also, they want to uh, have visibility in safety of the data, safety of the situation. So to create the hydrogen tower, we need to apply different levels of technology. So we need more than just one company. So for the success of the hydrogen tower, reform technology and electrolysis technology are all needed. So involves a lot of the membership companies with different technologies. Emerson, global company, has been involved with us under the MOU. Emerson has been also involved in the Japan's pilot project. This business and association core project involved a lot of SMEs. This private business and association will be very selective to include the best of the best. If you have any interest in us, please contact us to join our project together. As supporting partners, we have the Korea Energy Agent, and we have gained a lot of help from them. And also, we want to cover many infrastructure regarding the hydrogen production facilities and the residential facilities. And the area of the business will be around 30,000 to 50,000 kyung. So we aim to be private to public 50 to 50, and the business will include even business and residence and commercial areas and education field too. So if you take a look at details of the plans, so we aim to complete it by 2030, so we can manage the hydrogen power, so we have a reference point and then they can be used to export these ideas to other countries. So in case we create the hydrogen tower in Korea, in line with the hydrogen pilot project in Korea, we are expecting the side effects such as the new influx of the population and the creation of the new jobs. And also it can lead to bigger construction booming. The new slide shows the first hydrogen city in Korea, which is in Ulsan, established in 2013. According to the verification, it shows that the fuel cost saved by 90%. Back then, hydrogen supply could be even supplied to each household. Currently, they are using the current regular energy sources. By 2013, back then actually there's a big noise. But now, with the new technology, the energy noise level has been reduced significantly to 55 decibel. That's a similar noise to the vehicle running on the 35 meter. In Japan, it has been very competitive with Korea. Actually, they use the hydrogen town for the athletics in Tokyo Olympics, and also by 2024 they want to sell it to the regular people. Toyota vehicle also established the hydrogen city in construction. This city will adopt the solar and wind energies. Besides Denmark and Saudi Arabia, the other countries are also trying to establish the hydrogen towers. America, China, Japan, all these energy advanced countries have been making their best efforts to be eco-friendly and create their own clean energies. The Korea government is no exception. We established its global first hydrogen town in Korea in 2013. We want to upgrade the hydrogen tower for better utilization. So we want to export these know-hows and knowledge to other countries so the other countries can test our success stories in Korea. So I will make sure this model can be utilized for export. Please join us for the future of the hydrogen economy with KHIA. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you for the great insight. Now we will wrap up the first part of the session 2, and we will have a 10-minute break, and then we will invite the fifth speaker and sixth speaker and then panel discussion. Thank you.
잠시 후 다음 발표가 시작됩니다. 루비
We are about to start the second part of the afternoon session. Please come back to the venue. We are about to start the second part of the afternoon session. Please come back to the venue.
자, 수소 산업을 위한 로컬 오토메이션 솔루션이라는
Please welcome Kwon Oh-hyuk, Software Control Manager, Rockwell Automation Korea, with the theme of Rockwell Automation Solutions for the Hydrogen Industry. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Can you hear me well? Hello, I am Kwon Oh-hyuk, in charge of Software and Control Manager. So I can see a lot of seats are empty. But those of you who are still here in this conference room, I believe you are the big fan of hydrogen. And I believe you are working in the industry, or you have a great interest in our energy solutions and our future of the energy. So let me briefly talk about our company. So since you may not familiar with our company, so let me introduce our company. So also I will talk about the solutions offered by our company. And also let me share some use cases that we actually applied with our customers. So the screen is black, so you may not see it well. Can you see it now? May I ask you a question? This is an Eiffel Tower. Actually, there was an event last year. And as you know, you've seen a yellow lit Eiffel Tower. It looks like blue and green. So since I'm not a French speaker, so you can read it down below. So probably it's a declaration to achieve a hydrogen economy. Actually, on July 14th last year, this material was distributed to the media. Between May 20 and May 30th, actually, this company in the picture prepared for this event and declared that we will work together to bring about the hydrogen economy. So actually this technology was in display, and Lookwell controlled this technology. So Lookwell provided technical support in the event. So I'm not saying that this technology is great and excellent. What I'm saying is Lookwell is working for ESG governments. We are providing the solutions as well. So Lookwell is actually a 7 billion US dollars in sales. So this is our sales volume. And history is over 100 years and more than 100. And also 25,000 employees are working in our company. And our business actually covers many industries since it is a US-based company. So it has a biggest market share in the US. And as I said, so probably I will just touch upon this briefly. We started from 1893, and this is the company history until 2022. And what is interesting is so as we try to diversify our businesses, we thought that what we are strong is automation. So all other solutions were given to partners like Cisco, MS, Microsoft, Bandwidth. So we are diversifying partnerships, and we are providing diverse solutions. In Korea, actually, liaison office was opened in Korea in 1985. And so centering around Seoul, you see the country is actually divided into several regions, and we are providing some facilities to allow customers to actually have a hands-on experience. And you may know PTC. So I believe you are working together with PTC, and it's a platform, global platform company, PTC. So we made investment in PTC. I would say we are OT company, but so actually we work together with IT industry as well. So we work together with this IT company to provide solutions. So I believe this is what makes us different from other OT companies. So you see there are so many things in this slide. So basically, we are transitioning to software company from hardware focused company. And so if you look at the blue box, you can see the businesses that we are engaged in, like DCS and PCS and energy monitoring. And everything is written in English under software. You can see AI, and you can see analytics and platform. In summary, so software will be installed in all the platforms so that it can provide a prediction, predictability, and analytics. Let's take one step further. And so I'm going to touch upon solutions briefly. So I'm just given 20 minutes to give presentations. I spend 6 minutes, and if I talk about success stories, I will say we only left with 10 minutes. So since we cannot, climb the Great Wall at once, so let me give you just highlights, and then we have some employees sitting in this conference room as well. So if you have any further questions, you can contact us anytime. And you see level 1 through level 4 are too familiar to all of you. So Lookwell is level 0, like instrumentation. And to level 4, like a on-site supervision or remote monitoring. And edge analysis. So So this can be processed immediately on site, and critical data can be gathered, and then they will be raised and then analyzed at enterprise level. There will be mostly software solutions. And I just listened to the presentation from the Korea Hydrogen Industry Association. I believe this is easy to understand since there is a diagram. And so maybe I don't need to explain the concept of gray hydrogen. So basically, natural gas comes in and then produces hydrogen. And of course, the downside of gray hydrogen is carbon dioxide and emissions. So this process is really important. So safe process solution, we call this SIS. So I'm sure you're familiar with this safety instrument system. So in other words, it's a safety control. It's not a simple safety control. So it's a high level safety control, like a burner management or combustion controls. These are just part of the features. And SCADA is a very basic automation solution. And right hand side, you can see power control solutions. So through drive and solutions, the current need to be switched and converted. So how we monitor how they are efficiently utilized and converted. And this is no different for blue hydrogen. And so the only difference is the storage part. So to store carbon dioxide. So only the carbon capture process is different, but there is no difference in terms of solution. So let's move on to green hydrogen. Power control process, I explained earlier, is important. Safety is the key. As you know, the safety grade, integrity safety grade, we call this SEAL, SEAL 2, SEAL 3. So I'm sure that you are familiar with this concept. And these solutions are being provided by our company. Of course, it's a green hydrogen energy source is solar or wind or small nuclear power. You've seen this in textbooks. And so nuclear power is a key to ESG. And you've seen this a lot in publications. So through these energy sources, we are going to migrate to hydrogen economy. For our current solutions, safety is important, energy monitoring is important, even though I said this in the future. So as you can see here in blue, remote operation. So remote operation, of course, we have to think about the element of security and performance monitoring. To operate efficiently, we need a monitoring system in place, and also maintenances. So we should be able to predict potential failures, and we should be able to maintain them before they actually breaks out. And this can be done in real time, or once data is somewhat accumulated, and then we can maintain them later. Or we allow customers, actually, we allow the system to analyze the solutions, analyze the data. But this third one needs a huge accumulation of data and needs a great validation. So this is how we approach these solutions. And I'm sure that you've seen these pictograms. So from production, transport, distribution, storage, and last one is the end use. So you can see these elements will be required. So I try to translate into Korean. So from carbon based to carbon free. So Lockwell automation is actually, I cannot mention every single customers, but we are serving the needs of our customers. You can see the checkbox, and these are the areas that we are actually operating. And technology is safe, and so what we do is to monitor and also guarantee the security and also predictive maintenance. So these are the areas that we focus on. And also there was a seal grade. So what sets us apart from other competitors is, even though it's the same DCS solution, as you can see on right hand side, this is the latest DCS system. What does that mean? It can be easily scaled up or scaled down, or it can be easily add or delete technologies. There is a huge flexibility, and I would say scalability is really good. And also, we actually have an open source. So it can be operated by Lockwell, or it can be operated by the Lockwell's partners. And of course, everything is based on IT technology. So this network is really optimized to observe IT technologies, and it has a great data compatibilities. So the slide is a little bit broken, but so this DCS solution is just look at the blue part only. So it's a analysis solution and augmented reality, and these platforms. So in this single platform, those features are actually embedded, and if you want to use this feature, you can use it. If not, then you just leave it there. And I said that this is the latest, the DCS model, and it is compliant with the standard, national standard security. And these days the buzzword is digital twin, and within this platform, so it supports digital twin as well. We call this Aqua. When you run the simulation, so it's not like a conflicting physical conflict. It's a one step further than that. So as you know well, the actual simulation engine, actually it is using the controlling engine. So it is synchronized, and so that very precise and very speedy. And so in this analysis platform, there is AR. So it simply captures the concept. So the AR data can be pulled in if necessary, and it can be linked with a PAC for simulation, or it can be utilized. So we are providing the latest DCS safety solutions for hydrogen industry. So since I was given 20 minutes to keep my presentations, so let me just use one example. This is not just for hydrogen. This is a universal type actually. So whatever the settings are, and whatever the location is, wherever you are, actually, this solution can distribute the contents. Then you may wonder, why is this important? Because it is centrally controlled. So all other devices only have a very superficial data. So like there's no concern of data security, data breach. And also, As it is controlled centrally, it can minimize the unnecessary security risks. This is also the upside of the security system, security solution. So it can display the contents, even though this is an animation. Actually, this is one of our clients. So Emerson GMS, this data can be converted, and then you can display wherever you want to display. Like from Emerson, it can move to the center, and down below is Lookwell. Or Lookwell can go to Emerson system, or it can also go to Siemens system. Why is this important? Why is this important? Actually, it's very intuitive to make a decision. You can see the connectivity of those data and you can make a very intuitive decision. This is key to a smart factory. So when you think about company A, B, C, actually those solutions are really separated and isolated. But we can define this work process, and so we allow customers to make a very intuitive and quick decisions. And these solutions can be provided locally. And there's one more slide. And this is a smart factory. So this is connected with AI, so that people on the ground actually make a decision on site. So only those who need to access to that can make an access. They can see this data and they can make a decision. Actually, I can simply share this data on screen. I cannot give it to you afterwards, but I can give you what this company is. But this is pretty famous company in Korea, hydrogen power plant. And we apply our safety solution, and also it use monitoring solution as well. And hydrogen fuel cell station, and it used our safety solution, and it was able to provide support to ESG compliance as well as the compliance with the international standards. And in Korea, there is a blue hydrogen company, and so security solutions were provided to them, safety solutions were provided to them as well. And also fuel cell, there is another Korean company, and we ran a pilot project, and we were able to meet a demand or requirements of cybersecurity, because this company is going to increase the scale. So I believe that this is really important. So even though it is pilot stage, but I believe that this will become a very big buzzword in the future. So we are also serving hydrogen fuel cell customers as well. So these are just a universal one, so let me just skip. And since 20 minutes were really short, so I try to speak really fast. And if you have any questions, you can ask it later. Okay, thank you. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Kwon Oyok, for your presentation. Next is Johnson Matthey Korea, Kim Eun-gu. A commercial manager, Johnson Matthey Korea. Introduction of Johnson Matthey's hydrogen technology. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Min-ho from the Johnson Matthey Korea. I've been in this industry for 17 years. This is very challenging all the time. It doesn't get easier. So previous speakers talk about automation and other technologies. And Johnson Matthey played a role to provide the one core materials. So So let me briefly introduce Johnson Matthey to you. This is a British company, and this has been only 205 years old. And we are number one in chosen markets in technology leadership, and the global employee amounted to 13,400, and we have a heavy investment in R&D, about 201 million pounds. When it comes to UN CO2 guidelines, actually we provide 70% of sectors decided by the UN guidelines as a way to reduce the CO2 emissions. So because we are talking about hydrogen technology, I inserted a few more slides for you. Hydrogen, just like electricity, like a green electricity, it can run on the vehicle, it can heat, also it can operate the train. I think hydrogen can play the equally same roles as electricity, just like a diesel did. So when diesel was introduced, it was running. It can help the run the trains and vehicles too. So if you take a look at this slide, hydrogen production, transport, utilization, there are three categories we can pay attention to. When it comes to production, we are focusing on blue hydrogen because we are very famous, the catalyst producer in the world. And when it comes to transport, hydrogen is still unlikely to be transported directly in shipment. So we have to convert the hydrogen into ammonia. So we can have a we also have a technology in that part, in that process. So from the production to transport to utilization, our company has been involved in many parts of the step. So the other areas, the hydrogen cannot be achieved 100%. We also provide a catalyst and electronic fuel cells as a combined method. And this is about the green hydrogen. And this is a flow chart for the big picture for your reference. If you take a look at the blue line, this is the part the Johnson Matthey is involved to provide our expertise and production. I just got it from the HQ. I was too lazy to translate into Korean. I'm sorry for that. Just refer to your future reference. I actually have a few more flow charts. This is about sustainable fuel. Green hydrogen or blue hydrogen can be produced with the help of our company. And when these are combined with the CO2, we can also create a new sustainable energy source. Ammonia can be one example. Ammonia cracking can be one technology. Sustainable natural gas or sustainable methane, or these kind of examples can be cited for our company's suitability. In combination of the hydrogen with the CO2, we can produce a few models you can refer to. Also, these are the similar examples. We are turning green hydrogen into chemical building blocks, fuels, and specialties. With this technology, we try to contribute to the reduction of the CO2. License catalyst, bipolar are the technology specialties we are good at. If you give you the details, electrolyte, so green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, fuel cells. We covered this. We also built the factory 5 years ago. Actually, we provide MA around the world, and for vehicle, we provided to Chinese manufacturer Wepai. We use the electrolyte for that. If you see the plant in the slide, actually this is already running out of the supply, so we plan to build even bigger. And this is about the PAM energy component. We have a membrane. We use the electrode combined, and then with this we can create a 7-layer system. It's called membrane electrode assembly, or MEA. I'm sure you're familiar with that. So our company JM actually cover all the cycles from the protein exchange membrane, catalyst coated membrane, sealed CCM membrane, electrode assembly. And next shows that PEM green hydrogen technology drawing. You can see the reverse engineering flow. Water comes in, hydrogen comes in, and electricity comes out. Green energy. Green hydrogen is so expensive. But if you take a look at this uh, slide, by 2030, the green energy, the green hydrogen price will be dramatically reduced. They can become price competitive. Currently, PEM has been main focus for electrolyzer. When it comes to product reduction, I think PEM can be a good alternative. So for now, we can focus on PEM, while we are also making effort to improve the AIAFM. I understand this can be a challenge. By 2030, I think we can reduce by 1/10. I understand this is a challenge. However, by 2030, I think we can achieve the mass commercialization of this technology. So let me emphasize green hydrogen again. When it comes to PEM, SOM, alkaline, AM, there are many types. But when it comes to PEM and AM, when it comes to integrity or efficiency or cost, what would be the best solution? We have to think about that in a balanced way, because it can be a trade-off between the efficiency and costs and the integrity. So it is very important to strike a balance when it comes to development of these technologies. So let me go back to the fuel cells. It's been 25 years since we established this plant. Currently, we produce gigabyte capacity in our factory, and for the past 5 years, I think we want to increase the productivity by 5 times. We also have a funded program, especially in Europe. There are many programs such as Bosch, BMW, and they are focusing MEA catalyst development. And as of now, AKPO, Ripayon from China, commercialization of the stacks, Ulsan from Korea, Doosan Pure Cell. We also provided the electrode to Doosan. We also mobility MEA to plug. We also have a partnership with the Inapter, Plug, Hollister, and Hyster for electronic hydrogen. When it comes to CCS, we actually don't have a CCS technology yet. However, we have a ATL technology. With ATL, we can indirect achieve CCS enabled hydrogen. We I think with the new technology back, the ATL will be a better option. So in the UK, we actually have a conduct demonstration projects because we selected as a partner. So we have provided the blue hydrogen to the demonstration project. By 2026, it will start. I think it can reduce 60,000 CO2 emission. So if you take a look at this slide, so this new technology is about combining green hydrogen with the other technology. So these are the demonstration projects. So we have a project with Aramco from Saudi Arabia. We have a project with the Siemens. We are currently building the pilot plant producing climate neutral methanol and gasoline from green hydrogen and CO2 recovered by direct air capture. And they will be released in the UK. And the next picture shows the Siemens project. I think this is actually in Latin America. This is a methanol synthesis unit factory with green hydrogen. Next slide shows the project in partnership with Aramco from Saudi Arabia. And this is built in Spain. We provide license and catalyst, and Aramco provided the other component of the project. I understand we are a little bit ahead of the time, but I want to emphasize that our company has been very confident in innovation and technologies, and we are very confident in the material innovation and upgrade. Johnson Matthey has been specialized in the metal catalyst. With this special, we can contribute to green hydrogen innovation and bringing forward the commercialization of the hydrogen economy. Thank you very much. Next, we'll have a special session, and we'd like to invite the Lee Han-woo, head of the Hydrogen Economy Promotion Department from Korea Energy Agency. He will talk about proposal to establish a global hydrogen town council.
So I'm like a celebrity from yesterday and today. Actually, I went to Yeosu yesterday morning, and then I came back to Ulsan today. I just got here, and when I was in Yeosu, I shared the Ulsan cases, and I talk about the hydrogen town in Ulsan, and also in National Assembly today, I talk about bio-based hydrogen. So let's use bioenergy as a source of hydrogen. And let's put together a committee so that we can facilitate this process. And so under the Korean government goal, so by 2050, actually we are supposed to purchase 82% of energy. If we do that, then we will not be able to vitalize our domestic industry. So we have to increase, or we have to set up our target with 25%, then it will induce our Korean companies to make huge investment in this area. And I made this proposal in the National Assembly, and it was somewhat positively perceived and accepted. Of course, it's going to take some time to implement it as a policy, but green hydrogen, also generating 25% of green hydrogen, I believe that there will be ongoing movement toward this goal. And actually, my presentation is about a proposal for the global hydrogen town. And in the previous session, the concept of hydrogen town was already well explained. So let me skip that part and we'll get straight into the point. And B means barrier. So hydrogen town. So you heard about the examples of hydrogen town as well. So it's not a city level. It's like a large apartment complex. So from the production to utilization of hydrogen, so the people live there actually, and then test it, and then demonstrate. So we call this living lab. So it's like a living lab concept. And so we try to have this in Ulsan as well. And so I proposed this idea to people in Yeosu, Yeosu city government, and also they have some interest in idea as well. Not just in Korea, but also in many other countries. There is a discussion about a hydrogen town. Of course, it has a different name, but so I think it's better to build a global network to build a hydrogen town. That's why I came up with this proposal. First one is actually there is a great challenge in selecting a site because you need to have enough hydrogen supply and demand. So what I proposed this morning in the National Assembly is we have to dispose bio waste, and it would need to be produced locally, and also, and if we utilize that as a center, then it will be very effective. And secondly, and each government has a different sets of regulations and policies. So in order to export hydrogen from Korea to other countries, we need to follow that country's policies and strategies and regulations. So regulations, we should be able to share information about its government's regulations. If we work together to get rid of unnecessary regulations, then we can bring about this hydrogen town quickly. And thirdly, we also need to secure great technologies. And I believe this is being pursued by local government. But technology database, or it is really difficult to actually get a list of good technologies. Then, so I think it's a good idea to exchange information on those technologies between interested countries. Then also the next one is a standardization of equipment and components. So if this happens, then so like a modular concept. So hydrogen concept, design, and envision in Korea can be exported to European countries. And also construction, maintenance. So we need to actually secure players who can support, who can provide the construction as well as maintenance. And also we need to induce investment from the private sector, also support from the government. So the government need to get involved in this process. And at the same time, the private sector need to lead this project. So it should be able to connect, or there should be a cooperation between the public and the private sector. This morning, I was able to meet one private investor, and he approached me and asked me if there's any great areas that he can make investment, then please let him know. That's what he said. And so maybe this can be a good candidate. So these are things that the global consultative body need to work on. So R means role. So role one, we should be able to share know-how as to select a target area, target site. So it's a good idea to exchange ideas, know-how as to how to select a good site for hydrogen town. And also it's a good idea to exchange design experiences, the institution design experiences. And also we can exchange excellent technologies, and also we can standardize components and equipment. And also we can share the pool of excellent suppliers and vendors, and also share profits and make joint investment. So there is a project going on, Hydrogen City, and like charging stations. Simply, it is to install a charging station. I believe this is not a business level, but the hydrogen town that Ulsan City is pursuing actually induces private sector investment, and also the residential areas will be sold to people, and then investor sector will make investment in this project. It's like a real business model, real business case. So through this project, I believe we can expedite a hydrogen economy. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much for the great presentation. That will be the end of the presentations. Now we are about to have a panel discussion and Q&A. We'd like to invite the chair and the panelists to the podium and be seated. Chair of panel discussion, moderator for the panel discussion, and all the speakers for the afternoon session, please come to the podium.
자,
I'd like to invite the Woo Han-soo, Director of the Energy Technology Support Agency from Ulsan Technopark. Please take it over. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the second 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. There are many companies show up. When it comes to morning session, that was about drawing the big picture. But for the afternoon session, this is about like planting the trees and sowing the seed for the fruit, I believe. In the reason we are hosting this hydrogen conference in Ulsan is because Ulsan is the producer of the hydrogen more than 50%, and currently there are many industries in shipbuilding and automobiles in Ulsan, and these industries are making effort to transform from fossil fuel and natural gas to hydrogen. That's why Ulsan is important in this regard. So, so in the afternoon, the speakers showed what kind of technologies and platforms have been used. And thank you for your participation and being patient with us until this late time. First of all, I understand there will be many questions from the audience. Let's open the floor for Q&A. If you raise your hand, the microphone will be given to you for raising the question to the speakers. I understand you are very shy to raise the first question, so I will do it. When it comes to hydrogen economy era, what kind of homework we have to do? Entering into the hydrogen era, have to use the energy change. So far, we've been using energy conversion as a word, but I feel like this is only talking about conversion, the energy from fossil fuel to natural gas. But when it comes to the conversion from the hydrocarbon to hydrogen, I think we need a newly coined term called energy change. So I want to use the word energy change, entering into hydrogen energy era. So we are in the middle of the big transformation into the hydrogen economy. We are at a critical moment. So I have one question to the speaker. I think this is an area of many interest and a big demand. My question goes to POSCO. I really enjoy your presentation. So you mentioned that Pinex, Pinex and Pinex combination technology that is in development, right? So what is the size of the demonstration? I wonder what is the capacity of this new combined technology? I think you aim to complete it by 2026. Am I correct? Thank you for the question. Demo plant for the hydrogen reduction steel making plant, we actually target 2030 for completion. We shared that knowledge with the media. So we aim at 1 million tons. I think you don't understand what it means, right? So in the beginning, when POSCO was established, we started with a small step, with a small furnace. That was a 1 million ton. When we start the steel making process, the commercialization started with the 1 million ton. So when we said that we will start with the demo plant with the 1 million ton, it shows our ambition and drive. And also we said that we want to bring forward the completion date by 2026, but I will not go into details about that because it's not officially made in public. There's some coordination needed with the government when it comes to capacity of this plant. However, we want to bring forward the date of completion. So with the green steel, we want to create the automobiles, and we have a lot of push and demand by our clients. So we cannot delay our process anymore. That's why we want to bring forward the completion of the demo plant by 2026. But today, I'm not in a position to talk about the capacity we aim to. Thank you very much. If you have any questions from the audience, please don't hesitate. So I will go ahead with the question. I have a lot of questions that can be related to you. I think that's why you don't raise your hand. My question goes to the automobile industry. So we are going beyond the UAM to into REM. So we are talking about the future mobility, I understand. So out of this, what type of the hydrogen will be used? It will be the liquid or it will be the air type? Actually, I was surprised by the size. You said it's 5.8 tons and 8 meter in length, right? So when it can be realized, you didn't announce the technical roadmap yet, right? So can you tell me when we can expect to see the commercialization? Can you share that with us now? That's a very good question.
I'm an aircraft engineer, and also I have Dong-Hyun Park from Hyundai Motors Group, and he is the expert in hydrogen fuel cell, whether it is a gas type or a liquid type. I believe Mr. Ba can add more feedback on this question, and also new mobility AAM. So let me briefly share the roadmap of AAM, new mobility area. What's been publicized is just UAM, so urban air mobility. Actually, we are going to develop a prototype by 2024, and probably the test will start from 2025. And then after that, as you know, the aviation industry, we need to go through a flight test. So test and evaluation is really required. So through the testing and validation process, it need to be approved, like airworthiness certification need to be achieved, then we can move on to the commercial market. And the target of our company is to commercialize UAM by 2028. And RAM, actually, we are here for hydrogen topic, but actually, we consider hydrogen as a energy source, eco-friendly power source. But as you know, actually, airplane use high energy density. So we even consider a hybrid with hydrogen as well. And entry into service, we assume that it will be around a 2030 time frame. And RAM, as you can guess from the slide, it's a fixed wing type. So the wing is very long. And so the configuration of the difference between UAM and RAM is a long range. So we consider flight efficiency, so it has a wing. And regarding hydrogen, Mr. Bach is going to give you more details. And I am Park Dong-sik. You've seen me in a video clip. And hydrogen, as team leader just said, so probably we are going to utilize gas type by 2030. And as you know, as we study and develop gas type, so I believe we have a similar directionality. But if you look at domestic and international, like a tank for airplanes, and also BOT components like sensors, still it is a bit difficult to utilize them or demonstrate them. So probably we will be able to install them beyond 2030. I can say this much today. So we have two speakers from a Hyundai Motors Group. Thank you so much for your answer. Okay, then let me just ask question. I believe I can summarize. I'm not sure whether I can summarize all your interest here, but this question goes to Oh Jun-won, Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy actually has a keen interest not just in Korea but also in the world. And Bloom Energy, actually many companies have a keen interest in Bloom Energy. But Bloom Energy actually demands high volume. So there is a talk that Bloom Energy will not be able to deliver as scheduled. Is it true? Then do you have any plan to install or construct new assembly plant in Korea as well? Thank you so much for your question. I really hope that happen in the future. But so far, we can fully accommodate the demand or meet the demand. And as I run the business here in Korea, and also our partner is SK Eco Plant, we work closely with our partner SK Eco Plant. So as you know, we have a joint venture factory constructed and built up and running in 2019. So we started with a very small assembly line and small capacity. And in my presentation, I briefly mentioned that from next year, so actually finished goods will produce out of Gumi plant. It will be bigger than 100 mega. So I believe there is no issue whatsoever when it comes to the supply. And also 1 gigawatt stack plant was recently expanded in the United States. And so we had expansion in the US recently, major components and major facilities. Will be perfectly assembled and produce a final product out of Gumi plant. Of course, everyone wants to use good product and efficient product. And I believe there are competitors to Bloom Energy in Korea as well, and there will be new competitors emerge as well in the market. So as you know, the market is very limited, and hopefully I'd like to see a good competition going on and be able to see great products out of the competition. Thank you so much for the answer. Since there is no question asked from the audience, let me ask this question to Johnson Matthey, to Kim Moon-ho. Johnson Matthey was a petrochemical company, and so probably if you study chemistry, I'm sure that you've heard about Johnson Matthey. And so noble matter that goes into electrolyzer. As we have a more and more fuel cells and higher or bigger capacity, there could be some concerns. And as you know, it may affect the supply of platinum. So it may raise the cost of fuel cell. So those concerns are out there. And do you have any response to that, or is there any potential alternatives? And can you share us the development stage of any alternative technologies that can replace these concerns? Actually, when it comes to platinums and precious matter issues, actually, this is not the first time actually be asked about this question. And cobalt and nickel, actually the platinum cost went down when nickel and other precious matter goes up. That is because about 40% of platinum is a catalyst. I mean the automobile and emission catalyst, especially diesel. So it uses less and less catalyst. That's why we use less platinum. About we supply 20% for petrochemical, but there's no new plant coming online, so there's no new demand actually for platinum. It was about $800 per tri-ounce in 2002 when I joined the company. Now it is around $900. It soared to $2,400, and actually it dropped back to the level that I've seen, which is around $800. So maybe because of the precious matter, the share of precious matter will continuously go down. So initially, the share of platinum was very high, but now we have a less and less share. It only has 30 grams per vehicle, and I believe that this will go down gradually, and probably it will go down under 10 grams. So I don't think platinum is a concern when it comes to automobiles and generation as well. The biggest concern is the iridium that goes into PEM electrolyzer, and iridium. Since EU announced a policy, actually iridium price went up by 3 times because the hedge fund expected a potential demand increase. So this can be a concern surrounding iridium. But when it comes to the PEM electrolyzer, so I cannot recall exactly, but by 2035, probably this will go down by 25%. So platinum and iridium. So there's no other alternatives that can replace platinum and iridium, but we'll do our best to reduce the use of platinum and iridium. Thank you so much for your answer.
So we actually have a same talk when it comes to demo for the hydrogen vehicles. When there is a more hydrogen available, we expect that hydrogen car price will be go up. However, actually, when it comes to reality, actually, that's not the case. So we don't have to worry about that price jump. So there's no question from the audience. So I will keep going forward with my questions. My question goes to Okwell. You mentioned a very interesting software perspective. Is it possible to predict hydrogen charging station doesn't turn to break point? So do you think it is possible to predict that when we can reach the break-even point? So what is the best balance between the hydrogen charging station and the hydrogen vehicles? What would be the best numbers for commercialization? Do you have any methodology to conduct the feasibility study? Thank you for the question. But actually, give me a lot of thought. Obviously, legally as my company, that kind of the question should be answered through the control software. But as the moderator asked, what kind of resource can be injected and managed, and the result can be used for feasibility study for ROI to reaching the break-even point. That's my understanding of the question. Am I right? Actually, it should be modified and customized, but that kind of software actually available in the market. So what kind of info will be used and what kind of condition parameter will be used to lead to the result we want to. And they can be all calculatable. Rather than just running the software program, I want to approach this with the mission, reflect the Korean situation. So when will be the time to have a maximization of the resources so they can be very commercially available? This is our own interest too. I think my vendors, my partners will be interested in this topic. So you gave us homework to do. Thank you. So actually, I've been received a lot of questions regarding that, and also because there's been some conflict with the policy. There's many complaints from the industry. So I think this model prediction can be a very good way to go. That's why I raised this question to you. So we are running out of time. So I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Lee. Recently, Bin Salman, Prime Minister from Saudi Arabia, visited Korea. So I believe you actually thinking about doing the core project. I think there's a two different but similar product. Can you tell me the difference between these two projects? I cannot tell which one is better than other, but velocity is actually will create a momentum for the hydrogen economy to grow even further. Given the supply and demand, I think it's a large scale market. In Korea, I think that would be a good opportunity for Korea to be involved. And also, the hydrogen tower lead by Ulsan, I think they can play an important role. The city length is over 120 kilometers. I believe that will be divided in blocks because we need the air circulation and other conditions to think about. So eventually it means that it will be very similar to the hydrogen tower we are thinking about. So within the hydrogen tower, all these food waste or the human waste, that should be also used for recycling to create the hydrogen. I think in this regard, I think the hydrogen tower led by Korea can be also a very narrow concept, rather smaller than city. However, I think this is a good enough, big enough for us to try out our daily lives, so we can find out what will be our pain point. So it started with the package model in Korea. However, I hope that it can be a global example. Finally, we have one question from the audience.
Good afternoon. I'm Park Chana from Hyundai Mobis. My question goes to Park Bo-myung. And fuel cell powertrain system. So you said that you run the test using powertrain system from Nexo. So is this a part of the roadmap to develop a fuel cell stack? And if so, then what is the target for the improvement? As of now, Nexo system is in vehicle actually. We use Nexo system, but I believe it is there are some concerns that to use them directly to aviation. So so we actually have a target to develop a fuel for aviation, and as part of that activities, I believe the key is a mass reduction. So also at the same time, since it has to be installed with propel, we have to also reach a certain level of durability, and so we have our internal target for development as well. Thank you so much. Do you have any other question? Thank you so much for joining us today in this cold weather. And also, I really appreciate that we have this session indoors, not outdoors. And Managing Director Lee Sang-ho from POSCO said, and now the steelmaking technology is moving from the UK to Japan and to Asia. I can say that I truly echo with what he just said. And so the industrial revolution is not actually led by technologies. When energy make transitions or converted, then actually we have an industrial revolution. That is the from coal to steam, which was actually invented in the UK, and it crossed the Pacific, and then US led second industrial revolution. Actually, it started from oil, and now we are moving toward a hydrogen economy, and it crossed the Pacific and coming to Asia. So I believe it is competition between Japan and Korea. Of course, China can be part of that competition as well. And so what I'm promoting as an ambassador is Korea has a semiconductor technology and electrolysis technology. So that's why Korea can lead the global economy. It's not that Korea has a semiconductor technology. Also, we lack natural resources, but we have a capability to supply steel. So I believe through this energy transformation, energy conversion, I believe we will be able to bring about a new industrial revolution here in Korea. So I believe the second International Hydrogen Energy Forum is was very meaningful in that it can capture the activities going on in the industries, across the industries. So next year, I hope that we can introduce a commercial product. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'd like to thank panelists as well as the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for participating in the panel discussion and Q&A session. That will be the end of the second 2022 Ulsan International Hydrogen Energy Forum. Thank you very much being with us all the time, and thank you very much joining us from online YouTube. I truly hope that you can show the great interest and attention to the hydrogen energy development, and I will officially wrap up the session. Thank you very much.